And so far we do have the markets gapping up across the board. You got some pretty crazy volatility in silver at the highs here. Gold is strong, silver strong. Ah, shit, that's dead. That is dead. Let's fill up some more coffee. Let's go through some of these top gainers, guys. WCC, market cap 14.54 billion. Stock seeing a little bit of strength here. What else? GE Verona continues to remain robust and strong. After having a couple days of some profit taking, it is seeing some strength in the pre-market today. Banks still remain strong. Goldman Sachs pushing to the upside. JP Morgan pushing to the upside. Bank of America pushing to the upside. Financials are getting pretty close to a technical short zone. That's Charles River, ticker CRL. That's gapping up this morning. Toyota doing well. Caterpillar doing well. Copper stocks are actually flying today, guys. SCCO ripping to the upside today. It had a pretty bearish engulfing candle on Friday, but getting a nice retrace. Copper futures are exceptionally strong. So HG, about 2.34%, acting well. Let's look at FCX this morning. FCX is also acting fairly well on the tape. Gold, ripping to the upside. Exceptionally strong. Gold looks like it's going to press to a new high. Silver, also ridiculously strong up here, consolidating and trying to build a little bit of a flag pattern now, but it had a pretty big reversal on Friday, all to be met with insane buy-side pressure today. You got the dollar weak, still trying to hold that 50% fib retrace. It is trying to form a little bit of a base down here, but looking very, very weak. Natural gas, another day where natural gas is getting clobbered to the downside, down about 2% on the session, just getting more and more oversold. I mean, this is going to have a ferocious bounce, I think, at some point here. Crude oil, WTI, yet again, another down day for crude oil, just continuously seeing some chop and slop. Uranium, that's mixed, slightly positive in the pre-market. Let's look at crypto real quick. BTC did have some selling over the weekend. Now it's catching a little bit of a bounce off that upsloping trend line of support. Just forming a bit of a wedge pattern here. It's still trying to break out of this wedge pattern. I still think we can hit 97K to 98K before we are running into a little bit of concern about rolling over. US 10-year yield pushing 4.01. Let's look at this US 2-year yield. That's just getting pummeled. US 10Y minus US 2Y. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, some other names that are moving this morning. See, Carvana, CDNA. Stock is gapping up a little bit. RADX. What is this stock? Radio Farm Theranostics Limited. It's an ADR up a couple 100% this morning. My oh my. That is crazy. That is crazy. Do 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 do. Bum, bum. SNDK seeing a little bit of strength. Everything is pretty much gapping up this morning across the board. Got Nvidia holding some structure. AMD trying to bounce a little bit. Broadcom. That one's negative in the pre-market. Cool. Some of our losers. Costco under some pressure in the pre-market, slightly down. You got ARM down as well. ARM. Adobe, ADBE, seeing some weakness in the pre-market. Stock was looking a little bit better. Wow, IRBT. Oh my goodness, down sharply. Look at IRBT. Holy moly. That is crazy. Oh my goodness gracious me. See, iRobot. Yeah, iRobot. Wow, I just saw that too, Peter. That's crazy. My YouTube's acting all weird again. I hope no one is long iRobot. That's insane. Yeah, I was just reading that now. The consumer robot industry took a turn on Monday after iRobot filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in Delaware. iRobot was founded, blah, 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 blah. 1980. The first Roomba robot vacuum in September 2002 to become the first commercially successful home robot, reaching roughly a million units sold annually within a few years. Man, I gotta. Does that mean we won't be able to get replacements? I love my robot vacuum. It just putters around, docks itself, sweeps up the dog hair. I don't know. I hope they don't go bankrupt. I feel like someone will save them, but crazy. Crazy. After that was catching so much volume and attention just recently, guys. Bang. Alright, we also got Zillow, ticker ZG or Z, under some pressure this morning. Zillow Group gapping down. What is the news on ZG? Don't know. Baidu under some pressure. Alta. Celldex Therapeutics, CLDX, gapping down a few percentage points. Nope, it's not. Unusual volume in the NASDAQ. Let's just see if there's any ones worth mentioning. No, they're all high flyers. All right, NYSE, unusual volume. Let's take a quick peek. Anything worth mentioning? What do we got? Yum China. That's seeing a little bit of unusual volume in the pre-market. Stock looks like it wants to break out. Synovus, Next Door Holdings. UXO. Hmm. Look at Planet Labs here, PL. PL is still holding technical strength at the highs here. Look at NVO. UNH. Doing too much. CNC. That was Quantum this morning. IONQ. QBTS. Rigetti. Qubit. Qubit. SMCI. SMCI is just a dog as well. Crazy. Tesla seeing some strength. Micron seeing strength. Rivian. Palantir. Let's look at Netflix real quick. Netflix still continuing. WBD still holding its value. Oracle continues to remain pretty weak. Very weak. Computer stocks are catching a little bit of a bid this morning. Datavolt seeing some strength. VX. Look at the Russell real quick. Some of these transport stocks have really made a move. Canopy growth, guys, still squeezing to the $2 area, gapping up another, what are we, 6.3% this morning. Looking saucy. Damn. I think these crypto stocks might get a bit of a positive week today. Bitcoin looking a little bit better here. Intraday trying to bounce a little bit. Obviously, that dollar's still a concern. If you look at Tesla, Tesla's still breaking out to the high side. Wow, Tesla looks strong. I never like chasing these gap ups, but that looks strong, strong, strong. Apple holding some steady price action. Microsoft just hasn't gotten going yet. It's trying still, but damn, it's weak down here. You know, we traded off that first dip. I might trade it again off the 475 area if it came down there. Google's still seeing a little bit of sell side, but still acting fairly decent. Google's got this new channel that I'm watching. Yeah, I think there's some more downside in Google. But for now, it's acting well. Amazon's into an interesting area. I think if this area holds, Amazon can press to 240 hot plus or higher. Not a bad area for Amazon. Hmm. D. Not too much data we have to worry about today, guys. That's a positive sign. Not too much data. All right, let's flip to the indices here. We'll go split screen mode. SPX on my right. SPY on my left. So there is an aggressive shortable level off the 686 area this morning. On SPY, there's an aggressive shortable level off 686. So I personally don't like this gap up, guys, on the markets this morning. I think it sets up for some risk into the beginning of the week. I think there's a strong chance of a gap and crack this morning. There's a few reasons why. We won't really get into the macro, but there's definitely a few reasons why the markets can get faded here. I'm hoping for a tap of 686 to potentially fade this market a little bit. 686, I like a fade. Yeah, iRobot, nasty. Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Kapow. Hopefully no one was holding commons because you're wrecked. You are wrecked. Morning, Surf. Nice. Yeah, I remember you said you were out. Mhm. It's just filthy. That's new lows. I don't know. I can't do it. Yeah, I still have $2 Jan 16th calls on CGC that we took in the option group a few weeks back, and those are printing this morning. Um, I'm hoping we could tap $2. If we can get $2 today, I might even look to maybe take profits. But yeah, CGC still looks squeezy for sure. Huge volume gap up today, but it might be a good profit taking zone. It's getting a little bit stretched. Yeah. Wise to stay away from the dip. Probably wise. So again, I think SPY off of that 686 level could work out for a short, guys. The only thing is semis are seeing some decent strength this morning, so we just need to be mindful of that. Markets are blasting higher here. So again, I'm looking at that 686 SPY level for a quick scalp short, guys. 686 SPY looks ready for a bit of a scalp short. Probably just buy in the money puts, 0 DTE. Okay. Semi Tesla up 3% and ripping. Right now, QQQ is still outperforming. Bit of a bounce level on SPY off the 684.57. 684.57, but Tesla squeezing. IWM up 0.54, SPY up 0.5%, QQQ up 0.68. So microcap tech is leading the charge for now, but you're seeing a little bit of profit taking hitting the tape. Wow, Rocket Lab's so strong. Carvana up again. Silver still up about 3%. Quantum doing okay. Micron having a nice day. Chipotle green. Starbucks green. Silver starting to come in with the market. US dollar's still weak. Yields are still weak. And these markets could still sell off pretty hard, guys. They could sell off pretty hard. Silver getting rejected pretty hard right now. This is ripping off the open. Very strong move. You got the usual suspects that were strong last week, like Coca-Cola, Starbucks. Absolutely flying here. Off the open. Broadcom still weak. Silver still coming in a little bit. Nat gas still under pressure. Gold still up 0.5%. Again, there's an aggressive bounce on your SPY at 684.57. It is coming up now. But I don't like the fact that this market could gap and crack today. Could easily gap and crack. There's some structural things that happened in the bond market on Friday that needs to be watched closely. We're knifing through the bounce level on your SPY, so things are looking nasty. That first little aggressive day trade long level, we're losing it, so this market's looking quite filthy. The market is drilling right now. That's a nasty, nasty sell-off so far. Hitting a little bit of 10-minute chart support in the markets, but nastiness. Amazon breaking down on the daily chart, looking pretty bearish. You've got Google, Meta, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon all turning negative on the tape. Mega cap tech is starting to give up the goods here. Yikes. Things are looking a little bit nasty here, guys. Our financials still holding steady, but JP Morgan, better watch that one closely. Bank of America, wow, so strong. How's XLF doing? Crazy. Citigroup, Wells Fargo. Bank of America. Natural gas just crazy. Micron Western Digital still having a good day. Starbucks having a nice day. AMD getting faded a little bit. Canopy Growth seeing a hard reversal down. So SPX is still underneath its 7-day moving average, guys. That's kind of what we got rejected off of at the open. 7MA on the daily chart. Silver getting a nice big wick back up after it had a hard dump off the open. Nvidia is still up 1.27, so that's going to put a little bit of confidence in the market. Natural gas still weak, down 2.5. BTC acting well, that's still up 1.87. Amazon, Apple still negative. Tesla just absolutely ripping. Meta, Google slightly green. Microsoft flat. IWM is leading the S&P. Qs are leading the whole market right now. We are, guys, we are rolling heavy. This is looking pretty dirty. We could see quite a big move down today If we lose this 683.55 zone, we could retest the lows from Friday. That would be pretty insane. Still have commodities rolling over. Oh, natural gas just does not catch a bid here. It's a big spot for the market. We lose this area and we could revisit 670, pierce of 680. S&P looking real heavy here. The whole market's looking pretty heavy. Nvidia is giving up the goods. It just fell quite sharply there intraday. Quite a bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Still have all your sectors green except for XLE, consumer discretionary. XLY is leading the charge through Tesla right now. You have strength in healthcare, XLV, that's still up 1%. So the market is still holding some positive structure, but as we all know, gap ups are notoriously faded. Looks like we could be doing a good old-fashioned gap and crack, but we're holding 683.55 on SPY. That's a pretty big area. It is a weekly chart area, point of control. So as long as we hold this low here on this 10-minute candle, guys, that could be traded as a long here. Scalp off this level. If we get a close below that, then we look pretty dicey. Morning, Caleb. Silver still looking a little bit choppy and sloppy down here. That one's coming in. Starbucks is having a day. Hold my coffee. Starbucks is ripping. Netflix turned red. WBD turned red. VIX is still red. Carvana a couple percent. Meta having a nice push here. Intraday. BlackBerry having a good push. What else we got going on? Let's look at some of our... Tesla's still ripping, up 4.3. Open Doors negative. Ondas negative. Tilray negative. Broadcom negative. Intel's green. Oracle down another 3%. Nasty. Big Bear AI struggling. IREN struggling. APLD down 9.3% on APLD. Wow. Big bounce on your S&P 500. It did defend the point of control. Still below your VWAP from the previous week on SPY. But they are trying to defend the market so far. Again, you lose this opening range low or 683.55 and things can get ugly here in S&P. Things could get ugly. Nike making a nice bullish reversal. Baxter breaking out. What's Lulu doing? Lulu taking a bit of a breather. PayPal making a nice move. BTC getting faded a little bit. Quantum stocks turned red. Rocket Labs had a hard sell-off, guys. RKLB getting wrecked now. All right, 683.55, guys. Technically, this is still a viable support down here on SPY, but if you lose it, you better step out of the way because they could flush it. Carry going. Stuck at carry. Yeah, carry. A little bit of reversal now, yep. Again, financials I think are getting super stretched up here. Super stretched. Big boys. JP Morgan still trying to press for a new high. Crazy. Rocket Labs drilling down 2% now on RKLB. That's coming in pretty hard. Nvidia is still trying to bounce here. S&P still holding at 683.55, so that's a positive thing. SPY call wall, put wall, so 685, massive call wall on your SPY, 685, massive call wall. That's why we kind of gapped up into that resistance and got rejected off that call wall. What are we looking at? 1.1 billion on the GEX. Open interest, 25,000 contracts at 685. We have a put wall at 680, so it's still about a 5-point range between the call and put wall on your SPY. It's for the deal expiring. Dark pool print on SPY 681.73. Thank you. So 681.73 is pretty deep down here. That would take the market basically back to your gap fill. We're starting to lose some structure here in the market, guys. Things are looking a little bit nastier. Things are starting to roll a little bit. 681.73 dark pool print on your SPY. Lots of these high beta names are getting wrecked. CLSK, APLD, IREN, BMNR. I think this market could go negative. I mean, still trying to hold this 683.55. It is your point of control. So there is definitely some support here. That's why it's a battleground here. Not only is it your opening range low on your 10-minute candle, but it's your point of control in the markets. So 683.55, we're starting to lose it. That's some troublesome price action if we do. Nvidia is still trying to hold steady here and bounce, but definitely a lot more stocks turning red here, guys. Quite a few. Markets are in trouble. We are losing technical structure here, guys. The level that I like long now, guys, is 681, just before 681. I really can't chase this market yet. It needs to drop down here. All right, they're defending that OR low, guys, so it's still a long down here. They're still defending that 683.55 area, but it's tricky here. Very tricky. Now we're breaking it. I'm not in any S&P trades yet. I'm waiting for more. I want to see us go a little bit lower down. NVIDIA did print a 20-minute hanging man candle. That is a bearish intraday candle formation on the world's largest company, NVIDIA. Good morning, Dash. So NVIDIA did print a bearish 20-minute candle. Need to just watch for that. JP Morgan did sweep the highs. Crazy. Markets are losing some structure here. Silver selling in from the highs pretty sharply. SPY melting here, melting away. NVIDIA is the next stock to start rolling over, guys. I really don't have it. This is a flat out short on this market right now. We're gapping and cracking. So we kind of set off the open here. Watch for that gap and crack. Looks like a short today. And really the only long level that I have now, guys, for a scalp is around 681.02. So let this market fall. I think we can see some pretty decent downside. They're going to eat this liquidity. There will be some pretty decent bounces in trade, but they're gapping it. Even across gold and silver, they're starting to sell gold. They're starting to sell silver quite a bit here. They're selling oil, they're selling natural gas. They just took the Russell negative, Amazon, Microsoft negative, Apple drilling down 1.2, Google negative, Meta, Tesla, Nvidia are your only strong stocks right now. Should wait for 681 to 680. Yeah. Yeah, 681's aggressive. The bigger level that I do have is actually around 679.76. So 681 is a quick micro scalp level where you get maybe a 10 to 30% bounce if you're trading zeros. But the bigger level I have is 679.76. And max extension down move today that I've calculated is 677.38 on SPY. That's the max downside. The maximum upside that I had calculated today was 686.90-ish. But we're kind of in the middle of that range right now. Still looking very bearish intraday. Rocket Lab's now down about 5% on the tape. Looking pretty nasty. Good to see that we took some profits. Silver getting slaughtered right now. Still up 1.86%, but dropping pretty hard on SLV. Microsoft is still trying to hold some structure here, guys. Sorry, Nvidia is still trying to hold some positive structure. Nice. There we go. We got some huge confluence there. Markets are doing the good old-fashioned gap and crack for the time being. They are. Again, we are in bearish environment here, ladies and gents. A little bit of support coming up around the 682.20 area, but still not a buyable level for me. Markets rolling heavy. They see me rolling. They hate it. Patrolling. So excellent fade on the market so far. Really solid fade on the market. Still looks like we can go lower, guys. Looks like we can still go lower. Again, if they take silver negative and gold, then we know we have a bit of an issue. Even Rocket Labs, which has been a relentless stock, down 6.5% today. Everything is selling pretty hard. You don't even have the VIX green yet. The VIX looks like it's going to go green, guys. 10 a.m. they can run it up. Ram says they can run it up 10 a.m. Thank you, JP. Yeah, there's a little bit of a bounce level coming up here at 682.17, but I don't know how strong it truly is. So 682.17, you might get a tiny bounce here on SPY. All right, we're piercing it now, but so close to that gap. I'm looking at 681.02 for a potential scalp, but even that's not the big level. Piercing 680 is a much bigger level. Rocket Lab's still melting to the downside. JP Morgan's starting to give up some of the goods. Market is in free fall mode. We're free falling, free falling. SPY gapping and cracking, going red. Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna look for some SPY calls very soon. What are we at? 682 Pierce. So maybe 682s. Come on, flush us even lower. Flush us. Flush us to 681.02. 681.02, I'd take a scalp long on the market. Come on, keep selling us some more. Keep selling us. Keep dropping it lower. Broadcom still no love. Your VIX did turn green there, guys. UVXY turned green. Market's seeing some liquidity, bouncing a little bit. Come on, go a little bit lower. I'm looking at 682 SPY calls. Not yet. Starting to get liquidated here. Gold is seeing some heavy selling. Your VIX is creeping up even higher here. Markets are rolling heavy here. Markets are rolling heavy. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm going to look at 681 SPY calls. 681 SPY calls. Come on, a little bit lower. I want it to hit around 681.02. I'm going to go for a little bit of a bounce at 681.02. We are rolling hard here. Oof. Look at that. We rolling heavy. We rolling heavy. We're almost, I'm going to go for a bit of a bounce. 681.02. Come on. Come on, a little bit lower. A little bit lower. A little bit more. Come on, Spy. A little bit more. Don't bounce it. No! Don't bounce it at the gap. Damn it. They're bouncing it. Getting a really decent bounce right now. And they came within freaking 15 cents of my level, and look at that wick. Holy. Damn. Nice bounce if you caught that. Damn, they literally, I was looking at 681.02, and that low of that candle was 681.18, 16 cents away. That's just how she goes sometimes. Alright, now I'm really only interested in the market on the long basis below 680. 679.76 I would take a little bit long. We're still in a bearish market environment under our opening range low. So just understand that we're still super bearish down here, even with the bounce. Bitcoin rolled over at went negative. S&P briefly went negative. QQQ still negative. IWM negative. Amazon down 0.93. Microsoft down 0.72. Nvidia still holding technical strength. That's up 1.79. Apple down 1.47. Google down 0.63. Meta down 0.15. Tesla still having a good day, up 3.75%. Netflix down 1. JP Morgan slightly green, up 0.7. Silver still up about 2.7. Gold still holding some positive price action. Yields are negative. VIX is green. Dollar's negative. Natural gas down sharply. Oil down 0.68. Nvidia is still near the highs of its session. Super impressive to see Nvidia holding steady. This hourly candle on Nvidia is going to be interesting because it could be a potential hourly hanging man. We'll watch it closely. Canopy growth going back to the green side, slightly green on the session. CGC getting a big buy the dip program. Bitfarms getting smoked. Rigetti getting smoked. RKLV down about 5%. Ouster nasty day. Baxter still doing well. Micron still holding steady. So your semiconductor complex is still holding fairly steady here. Excuse me. The market can still go much, much lower, guys. We could still go lower, especially if financials start to give up the goods. I'm watching healthcare here and financials on my other screen. They're still holding some structure. Like XLV is still holding positive here. XLF is kind of just starting to go a little bit to the downside. It's still holding some positive price, but it's looking a little bit vulnerable here, financials. I am seeing JP Morgan making a little bit of a reversal. Could be trying to put in a daily chart topping tail today. Silver gold still getting a nice bounce. Here we go. Next leg down. All right, so next long level I have, guys, is I don't like that 681 area again because we bounced just slightly before it, so it's a bit of a liquidity trap now. Really that I'm looking at on SPY is a Pierce of 680, so 679.75, call it around there. We are still rolling. Rocket Lab's now back down 6%, guys. Maybe we can get our $55 puts in the money on Rocket Labs today. It's only a couple more bucks away. I would like to see that for sure. It could happen. Nvidia, Tesla's still holding up the Qs right now in the market, really. Tesla's still up 3.21. So that's another one we got to watch today, guys, because if Tesla's up pretty firmly right now, but starting to get a little bit of distribution intraday off that zone. Another few other stocks you got to watch. Bank of America, JP Morgan, potentially seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. So financials and healthcare need to be watched closely, guys. They are starting to roll over just a little bit as we speak. And what's funny is the market is gapping back when the dollar just kept on selling as well. And same thing with yields selling. You do have the VIX starting to creep higher here. VIX is green on the tape. Imagine they take the S&P down to its 20-day moving average. SPX 20 days at 677. Oof, that would be gnarly. Gnarly. The whole market is looking exceptionally bearish right now. This gap fill down here is still massive on the S&P. It's around 670, 67, 65. Hmm. Wow, even some of your strong stocks this morning, like Starbucks, guys, look at that nasty reversal. Getting wrecked. So there's still quite a bit of stocks that are very, very weak right now and showing some disgusting intraday reversals. Absolutely disgusting. $681.02 was my long level previously. So literally right in this vicinity, I had a long level. But considering we bounced there, I don't like that anymore. But 681.02, if you're aggressive, this is where I was going to go long for a scalp. But since we bounced, I'm not looking to take that trade anymore. Nvidia is starting to lose a little bit of momentum. IWM's down 0.3%, leading the charge to the downside. SPY new low of the day, rip it. It looks like we might try to take out that Friday low, guys. I think it's pretty easy to say that that's probably what could happen. You know, if we look at this move, all right, if we look at this gap up move, a symmetrical move down would put us roughly around 677.64, guys. Sell side in financials, guys. Financials are starting to roll a little bit. Good Labs going for another new low of day. I like it a lot. Rip it to the downside so I can buy it cheaper and close my puts. Natural gas trying to find a little bit of support on the UNG chart. It's still exceptionally weak. What's the downside on Rocket Labs? I want to see it hit 53.80. 53.80, I want to see a back test. But there's a ton of support around 56 to 55.50. So that's where I'd look to take a little bit of profits on my puts. I'm writing the $55 puts for January 9th, which we are up on nicely right now. But you can see that there's a 7-day moving average coming up in full effect. S&P drilling, guys. Next long level is around 679.70-ish, I think. We are rolling heavy here, guys. We are rolling heavy. JP Morgan still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Your VIX is now up 2.46% and flying. Flying. Market's in trouble. Again, a symmetrical move, guys, on SPY takes us to 677. How I get that is if we look at the gap up range that we had today, if you take the gap up range and put it from the gap where we opened or where we closed on Friday and you drop it down, that's the symmetrical range. So if you can gap up that much, you can fall that much. Easily. Easily. Again, you look at the market as a structural hold today, SPY's barely down. That's why they love gap ups, right? Because they can just eat liquidity. They're hungry. Market makers are hungry. Even if it feels like we've seen a bloodbath already this morning, we've barely seen any sort of selling. Yep, 50-day MA coming up on Rocket Labs. You're right. 50-day I have at 55.22. The 7-day's at 56.20ish, 56.22. They see me rolling. Financials are still getting wrecked here, guys. Financials are starting to come in heavy. I think we can see JP Morgan negative, which would push the market down more. Bank of America is still strong. That's coming in hot and heavy. Citigroup coming in hot and heavy. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to take the XLF negative here. XLV, that's still holding pretty strong structure. Healthcare. Tesla still holding up to 3.81%. But wow, we are looking nasty right now. Come on, chop us down, S&P. Take us to 679.75-ish. And I'd look to stab you on the long side. What do we got? Nvidia giving up some of the gains. Tesla's still holding strength. Yeah, we're still looking pretty heavy here in the tape, guys. Very heavy. Nasty decline, guys. Nasty decline. All right, we are coming into a bit of a long level here on SPY. Come on, a little bit lower, a little bit lower. Give it to me, SPY. I'm going to look at 680 calls on SPY. 0 DTEs. Come on, a little bit lower. I want to see us hit 679.70-ish. 679.70. All right, I'm going to scalp SPY long here. It's high risk, guys. High risk. 680 SPY call. I went long SPY there. It's very aggressive. 680 SPY call. Super aggressive. Going for a quick little bounce here. Come on. We are rolling hard. We are rolling hard here. As soon as we get back into the 680 handle, guys, look to trim and protect the trade. All right? Come on, give us a little bit of a bounce. Come on. 680, trimming the position, trimming half the position. Boom, just like that. Stop at break even. Trade risk free. That was a nice little scalp, guys. 20 cents a con there, guys. Profit. Still pushing here. Come on. Next trim level for me. 680.50 into this area, but stop is at break even. So that was a quick 14% scalp, guys. Still have a stop at 142. I'm still in 680s, half my position, with a hard stop. Because I know we can still go lower. Next area that I'm looking at now. Wow, we're gonna sweep that Friday low. That's crazy. Friday low, there is some support down here. There's definitely some support down here. Wow, I'm tempted to scalp it long there again. It's a big level here. I wouldn't expect us to flush right away. They might give us a nice facelift. And guys, if you're trying to scalp this market in a bearish trend, you likely want to buy in the money calls. And so I think that they might chop us here, guys. There's even a chance that they might try to take us back to the gap here. So 680 calls printed off that zone, guys. If you're still long, manage your trade. You're in the driver's seat. 680 calls printed. Big push in the market. Really big push. Anyone that's still long, protect that trade. Protect that trade. What a bounce there. That was a big level. Really, really big level. Whoa, look at the ripper. Crazy. Wow. Should have rebought that off of prior day low. That was a beast of a bounce, guys. Beast of a bounce. All right, so what I think could happen here, guys, is I think they could bounce us back to that gap and then chop us around here a bit. So don't get sucked into a huge green shoot here. It's still a very, very tricky tape. We're still in a bit of a bearish environment. I would not be surprised to see more chop in this market environment. All right. But if we retrace the low here, prior day low can still be bought. I still think we can head to the 677.90. Did we hit that dark pool print? I think we did, Ram? Yeah, dark pool on SPY was 681.73, guys. 681.73 was our dark pool print. So it's basically right here. Kind of right into your gap. Big buy program coming into the tape now. So the full print area isn't a very aggressive short if you're wanting to scalp it. But I would not be surprised for them to chop us for, call it another hour here. I would be very surprised if they just V-shape us. I think chop session is due. But nice job if you took that long with us off the lower boundary area. I was watching that one really for quite a long time. 681.02 is your value area low for SPY. So If the market can start to build a base off of 681.02, I think that would be a positive sign. This is still kind of your first little bounce in the market. So I think 681.02 you can short off of, and if you fall below it, if you stay above 681.02, you can long it. So short below 681.02, long above. But again, I wouldn't be surprised now for chop. Maybe build a bit of a bear flag to take us to our next little low. What's really fascinating is, we swept that Friday low, but we did make a pretty nasty hourly close here. We made a lower hourly close on your S&P, which marks more bearish price action likely to come. So we can see 681.02 is rejecting us here. Again, that's your value area low. Dash is saying I have a fib level at 681.39 on the SPY daily chart that I think is giving some resistance or support. Let's look at your SPY daily here. Yeah, my SPY daily chart is just really busy since I use SPY as my day trading. But you have a fib level at 681.39. Where do you take your fib from? Your low to your high here? Is that what you're doing? Is that kind of the fib? Not too sure where you're. And again, when you look at structurally, the S&P 500 daily chart SPX moving average is at 67.77, and we're not that far away now, guys, with today's sell-off. QQQ, look at how depressed the Qs is. Qs are already through its daily chart. 20 and 50 moving average. Quite crazy, right? IWM looking like a potential failed weekly chart breakout out of the all-time high there. So the Russell not looking good. Not at all. I know, you too, I wish. You can always put it are you in the community Telegram group there, Dash? We have a community Telegram group as well where we kind of use it to chat, put news, put ideas, questions. I'll put the link here in, but there's you can always put it in there. So we have a little bit of a, yeah, that's where people just ask questions, talk, put ideas. I put news articles in there. All right, so markets are still trying to consolidate here a little bit. You got natural gas trying to firm up here. Natural gas is getting a pretty big stick to the upside. That just absolutely went much lower than I anticipated. Jojo's shorting CRM today. Let's look at CRM. Yeah, that's proving to be a good short. I think you're at the right mindset. This whole market is in a bit of a short to pop mode today. CRM does look pretty nasty down here. Getting rejected off of weekly chart resistance, bit of a weekly doji candle off of high volume. Yeah, lots of gaps to the downfall in CRM. It is looking pretty nasty. A little bit of support here, but if the market trends lower, the stock will definitely go lower. Does look like CRM failed a bit of a double top here. So it had some momentum, tried breaking out, you swept that high pivot, and it's now failing a little bit. So yeah, I got no problem with that. Again, the market's in a tough regime right now. It's a bit of a battleground in the markets, right? Because it's mixed price action. You've had the markets try breaking out of this bullish formation. It looked like it was heading to all-time highs so close, and now you potentially are in the big struggle between the bulls and the bears, where the big question that investors and traders need to ask themselves, is this a lower high in the market? If this is a lower high in the market, you know what sets up next. A test of the major low. So we're a long ways away from that. There's a lot of data sets. There's a lot of things that can happen in between. But you need to ask yourself that question. But it's a pretty big bloodbath for a lot of these high beta stocks. You know, quantum, space, crypto. It's a nasty day so far. Bitcoin down 1.6%. Natural gas trying to firm up here. Even Starbucks went negative. Still underneath 681.02 on SPY. It's still in a short the pot mode unless we can establish a base above 681.02. 681.02, you can see some of the top week distribution through that zone. It's a big area. 681.02 is technically your resistance right now. So again, as long as we stay underneath this value area low, guys, 681.02 is still a short off that area. All right, markets are trying to push here, guys, through that value area low. That's a little bit of a short-term bullish signal. Next resistance on SPY is around 682 Pierce. 682 Pierce is your next aggressive short level. 682 Pierce. Gap fill, dark pool retrace coming in full effect. Here comes the chasers. High volume push. This is your aggressive short, 682. Very aggressive. Keep your stops tight if you're trying to. Market is trying to rip here. Look at this little mini inverse head and shoulders that triggered. Again, that extension move can take you up to big rip in the market. 682 is still resistance. You can see there's some top wick distribution off that 682 area. That's why I said it was your next shortable area. Scalp short. You can see you've already made money off of the puts here. Very micro trading, guys, some of these levels. You have the ability, if you're a quick scalper, to trade them, but I don't like to call out the micro levels for you guys. I like to at least trade levels that you're going to get, a few minutes of a bounce or a drop, because I know micro scalping is tough for the majority of people. So that little 1 minute inverted head and shoulders could take you to 683.30. My next area that I would short the market off intraday, the next bigger area is 683.55 is your bigger area. But don't be fooled by this bounce. We're still in a bit of a bearish intraday formation. We haven't really reclaimed the levels that we need to, but 682, guys, was a nice short. Anyone took that, you're in the driver's seat. Protect that trade. Protect that trade. Financials, really big bounce. Silver, gold, nice bounce. Natural gas is trying to bounce. Nvidia, Meta, Tesla, green. Apple still drilling, down 1.5%. Amazon down 1. All indices are still negative. Yeah, it makes some significant dollars, exactly. But you can see there, that was a 60-cent drop from that 682 area. So if you're in 0 DTs, that would have been a nice 10 to 20%. Yeah, so that is a big gain. It's your first fib level. Absolutely. That level's valid for sure. Yep, that's a nice chart there. Dash. I like it. So again, if you're an aggressive trader, guys, I think calls can be loaded up here as above this dark bull print gap fill. So as long as we stay above that gap now, that's kind of your next support zone to trade against. So again, I think people are going to slap the buy here on SPY and the indices as long as we stay above this gap fill. So if you lose that gap fill, then I think you're going to get the puts to come in and hammer this market. So that's kind of your next area. This dark pool print gap fill is your next big zone to trade against. But you can see there's 682 is still a brick wall here. It's still a tough level. I'm gonna just grab some more coffee, guys. It's the 682 rejection. Again, don't sleep on this market, guys. It could still go down and make new lows. This is a lot of chop, right? You got a big 0DT bounce. Now you're chopping around. We're technically still in bearish market. Intraday trend, I should say. Rocket Labs is now coming into its 7-day moving average. 56.14. Go down. VIX is still green. I think we could easily revisit prior day low, if not the 677 area. I might take a lotto put option here. 677 puts are what, 31 cents? Alright, if we retest this dark pool print, I might take a lotto put trade 677 zeros on SPY off of this gap filled dark pool print. And then if we got kind of a close back above this high, I'd stop out. Where do I see Intel? Let's take a peek. Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty bearish, Intel. So you got that daily chart breakout. You confirmed the daily chart breakout, but it's the weekly candle formation that's quite scary for Intel. Weekly chart, it's looking like a failed breakout. So you had daily chart breakout, but you never confirmed the weekly session. So this is looking like a bit of a failed breakout on Intel's chart. You know, symmetrically, what I think Intel is setting up for is a very similar move like we had here. So that takes it down to at least 34.15, call it, is your symmetrical move. Um, but the way this is setting up, wow, fuck, man, this market's gonna go down, guys. This market's going. Financials are now getting hit pretty hard again. Yeah, I would say at least 34.20, 34.15 on Intel, but there's probably even more downside than that. But we need to take it level by level. It's a tough chart right now. But yeah, your first big level is going to be there. Let's go to the monthly. I need to clear up some noise here. Like, look at this potential failed breakout on the monthly happening on Intel. And you got that previous monthly hanging man candle. That's a very bearish candle. Even though a lot of people misconstrue that as bullish. Because there's a big hammer. That's actually a bearish candle on not too much volume. But this monthly Intel chart might be having a bit of a failed breakout here. A lot of support from 2014, 2016, 2017 breakout. So you had your big push here, back test, waterfall sell-off. So a lot of traders who were trying to buy the breakout here got knifed on. Now we're starting to sell since you've retested the high of that candle. I mean, Intel could go right back down to here. It's a tough stock because you're also betting against Trump. You know, it's a very tricky stock. I really don't like betting against the stocks that Trump is in because he obviously, or the US administration, because they can obviously come out, but I would say Intel's going to retest 32 to 31, but 34 is your next big level. 34 is your next big area, I think. There's definitely a little bit of daily chart support on Intel, but I still think it'll go lower. But lots of chop, guys. We're now in that chop time frame. You got the big sell, you got the big bounce, and now it's burning theta time. Burn people out of that 0DT chop. If you're trading in this little tight range now, you're asking for some money burn. But if you are to trade long or short in the 0DT space, I would say in the money or out in the money calls or puts are probably favored inside of this chop. If we get a big push up, I'm still going to look for some lottos. I'm going to look for some 677 puts on SPY. Small size. Saying the market still looks very bearish, guys. A lot of chop here. This is where algorithms thrive. What I'm seeing is gold is starting to sell a little bit more, getting pretty heavy here. Silver, GDX. So the market could be setting up for potentially another leg lower here. But gold's starting to come in pretty hard here. It's almost negative. Dollar trying. Yeah. Did anyone trade IRBT today? iRobot? Stock is still down 73%. Oh man, iRobot. You kill me, you kill me. It's sad. I have an iRobot at my house. It helps with my dog here. We just put on auto mode and when I was broke a couple years ago, they actually sent us a brand new replacement one with no questions asked. It was great customer support. How I dealt with them. Gosh, it definitely cannot handle husky hair. My husky just absolutely, its hair just demolished it. But it was within its warranty. They sent us a new one, no questions asked. So it was a great experience. But oh, wow, crazy, crazy iRobot. All right, guys, I took some Lotto SPY puts, 8 contracts at 20 cents, 677 put. This is a high risk trade. I don't recommend anyone. I'm just throwing some money out there, just a little bit of fun money to see what happens here. If we get a flush intraday down to that symmetrical move. My stop loss would be kind of a close above this area on the 5-minute chart. But this is just kind of fun money. It's not gonna win, lose, or draw. It's a small size that's not gonna really hurt me. Still selling. You got JP Morgan selling. Financials are coming in. 275 call this week. Yeah, be very careful, but be very careful. But hopefully it works out for you. Let's look at Apple's chart real quick. Here's what I like Apple, Peter. I like Apple, and I'm not saying it can't work. It's just this is what I like. Let me just erase some of these levels. When Apple gives us the bearish 7 and 20 cross, so when the 7-day moving average here, which is in yellow, trading at 277.58, when that intersects with the 20-day, which is at 276.39, upon that intersection, that's when I would personally look for a long. So once we get that bearish cross of the 7 and 20, that's when I personally look for long. You saw it happen over here. Let me get my tool. So right when that bearish cross happened, Apple had that huge down move, and then the following day, a face ripper, right? Same thing here. Bearish 7 and 20 cross, marked a little bit of a low. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in Apple. That's just a short-term technical setup that I look for. So personally, I don't think Apple is ready yet. Obviously, I could totally be wrong, but I'm waiting for that 7 and 20 bearish cross to look for some longs in Apple. Chart pattern to me is just still pretty bearish here. Although there is some hourly chart support. And I mean, you're not playing that far out of the money. It's a 275, so it's not bad at all. But we've hammered off the support once, big bounce. Now we're hammering it off again. And I do think that it's going to go lower. And Apple's pretty weak today. That's a nasty hard down move today. Crazy. I mean, you're sitting right on some weekly chart support. So there's definitely some support there. Can't deny that. But that might work out for you. You know, the market S&P is still trying to form a bit of a potential bullish pattern here. You know, we could still spike up to 7,000 plus on the S&P. Big push up in the market, guys, trying to break us out here. They are trying to break us out of the range. Squeezing the market. Big push up. S&P squeezing. Big push in the market, looking pretty decent now. We are looking much, much better here for some higher price action. Your next big resistance is coming up at your 5-minute EMA 113. You get through that, this opening range low is your next big zone. I might close these puts here in the next minute if we get this 5-minute close above this high pivot. So 1 minute left for this trade. Again, they were lottos, so not a crazy trade. Not really trading this size. Alright guys, I closed the lotto puts. Closed the lotto puts there for a little bit of a loss. Your UVXY is getting compressed here. Is gold and silver selling pretty hard here? Gold coming in. Gold just went negative, guys. Gold just went negative on the session. Yikes. Financials are coming in a little bit. JP Morgan's still looking heavy here.
25. God damn, that's so far out the money.
TSL, I'm in the 22 weeklies. I'm up 16%.
AJ, what kind of settings did you add to this shit, bro? I'm gonna kill you.
What? No,
Bro, you toyed with the settings, bro.
I didn't do shit, bro.
That sounds like something AJ would do.
Bro, he added all this unnecessary shit.
All this shit was already there by default. I didn't do nothing.
Okay, so ticker Chubb, 312 is its max open state in the past 200 days. So puts here is good, but your stop loss would be above 312. 312 would be price discovery, so it would moon from there.
That's crazy. It went to 312.50 just now and got smacked.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, it literally just printed it. So if you want to take puts, and that would be your line in sand, like your stop loss would be, I would put it at like 313. If it breaks above, I'd flip into calls for an all-time high breakout.
Yeah, because with that rejection right here on the 30 minutes, it's setting up a head and shoulder.
Yeah, so it's a good opportunity for puts. Now for car, I'll check for you right now. For car, you said you want to take a short?
No, I want to know if you see anything on car. Like, you said...
I see a bunch up top to 143.
Okay.
But your buy zone would be 122. If it breaks 122, it flushed to 116.
And you guys don't see any unusual flows in either of those tickers?
That would be an AJ question. I don't have flow tools.
AJ? If you're free.
I don't bull bear.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Let me pull back.
Oh, yeah,
Let me pull the last week.
Yeah, Yammy's our flow guy, dude.
Yeah.
He's phenomenal at it.
Yeah, he catches the most unusual shit. Ticker ES. So morning ceiling 68.99, revised to 69.15, and now dropped to 66.5. So the ceiling collapsed another 40 points. So you will see a floor hit. They dropped the floor. The ceiling hit. They dropped the floor from 68.12 to 68.03. So they dropped it about 10 points. But the ceiling is within our opening range. Our opening candle was at 68.70, and the ceiling is at 68.65, 68.75. So you might get like a nice decent V-shaped recovery by close and call it a day. They hit the floor and the ceiling in the same day. Possible, but theta burn will kill you. As you see what they're doing, every massive pop, they will rinse the calls with a quick rug pull candle.
Yes, sir.
These 68.50 calls are almost back to my entry.
Yeah, let me know if you have time to look at something else.
Watch the weekly pivot on Qs right here, 613.01 back test. 10-minute roll. If it doesn't break below this, I'm gonna add calls over here on this pullback. Exactly what we were talking about.
God damn it.
Yes, sir.
Apple's still constructive, bro. Joker. And so is in the video. QQQ on the 5-day, all 5-minute rejected. So I'm waiting. It touched my level. Damn it.
Why do you guys hate Netflix so much? You mother truckers.
Because we want it cheaper.
Because it started charging me for my friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn.
All right. Rule invalidated. Hit my level. Gotta wait for next.
Yeah, Jeffrey. Yeah, just because you said something about Netflix, ticker just added Disney 120 calls for March.
Good move. They're not caught up in all that buyout bullshit, are they? Disney. with
No, sir.
yeah. Netflix just trading sideways here off the lows. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's rough out there trying to find something productive.
Yeah, you're not lying about that. I'm over here trying to look through some of these chains. Look at some of these rent-a-car companies because, and some of these insurance companies. Let me see what this is doing.
Rejected that
Wouldn't-
half
I
back,
mean,
guys.
oh.
We could go back to H pattern here. Go ahead, Kev.
So what are you looking at rental cars for?
Just because of all the events that we have coming up next year, you know, people are probably gonna start pre-booking for a lot of this stuff.
Okay, well then you want to check out Expedia too, right?
Yeah, that's on my list too. You're in that, right?
EXPE, and it's looking nice right now. No, I'm not. I missed it,
It's on my.
but I'm watching it
It's
though.
in my World Cup basket too. That's one of the ones I need to be watching. Yeah. What is this? I keep finding these tickers by accident. You ever heard of this ticker, Expand Energy, EXE, Big Kev?
Largest natural gas
Have
producer.
not.
What's up?
Largest what?
Natural gas producer in America.
Which
It
one?
is?
EXE.
Interesting.
The most leveraged is AR.
Huh.
You sure it's the largest?
EQT and it switch around every few months. So EQT
said
might be the largest
EQT.
now. EXE was in September, October. So it switches back and forth.
Bro.
Ticker SPY puts out the money is now 1 million, calls is 1.3. So we pulled back down.
Bro, this chart looks like it's ready to fucking drill on EXE. Look at the weekly.
This market is in trouble, guys, again. Looking pretty bearish still.
I was waiting to see what your assessment was.
Yeah, so I was looking at this. I was like, wait a minute. Because if you look left on the weekly, that's an M pattern too. It got rejected up here on 620, and it fell all the way down to about what was low, $90. It's at 110 right now, and it's in a
Boom, look at Meta. Can't stop, won't stop. Full bull Meta.
Let's
We
Damn, this looks good. Fucking, this thing is just straight McGee sell, bro. And it's in an H pattern on a 10-minute on EXE.
Well, I'm an oil guy and natural gas guy, and I didn't know Expand Energy was the biggest. Good job, Yamco.
I just found this by accident. I was looking for Expedia. EXPE.
So I got stopped out of those 675 puts for tomorrow earlier. Now I'm adding 678. For tomorrow.
Wait a minute. What? No fucking way. This can't be real. I gotta chase this dog. We're gonna miss this if we don't.
What's your chase?
Fucking Expedia. This shit is not coming back down. No time soon, bro. Look at the yearly
I
chart.
already looked it in, bro. That motherfucker's finna go. You right.
Bro, how did they miss this? What? Since
Gold is just suffering right now.
yeah.
Gold is probably finna get a real good pullback. GDX probably wants to pull back to about 80.
Yeah. Airbnb chart is absolutely fucking the one of the sexiest charts I see on here on this daily chart. It came down to 110.81, a perfect double bottom, and just it's been non-stop muggle.
QQQ again back below its weekly pivot. SPY still holding.
Oh my God. You guys hear? Did you see that Rob Reiner President Trump tweet? Dude, that guy is psychotic. Trump is like a psychopath. Instead of saying, rest in peace, Rob Reiner, blah blah blah, he just talked about all about himself and how how Rob Reiner was crazy about Trump drain syndrome. But at the very end, he goes, "May Rob
That's
and
what
Michelle."
narcissists do, bro.
Narcissist, yeah, that's the word. Rest in peace at the very end. But he was just, oh my God, what a weird dude, like a weird guy. Total narcissist. And narcissist is, Kevin, back me up or disagree. Yep.
You cut out. Right?
Oh, I
Say that
thought
the
someone
last part
was
again.
doing ticker. A narcissist has got a percentage of a psychopath, right? Like there's some sort of psychopathic behavior.
Well, hold on. First of all, I don't want to conflate the two. I don't even want to start to go down that path of psychosis and narcissism because one can correlate that with any kind of cosis. So I rebuke that.
Fair enough.
Yo, they're just killing everybody today. Calls and puts. Nonstop. It's fucking wild.
Not if you listen to the rest of the team. I got out. Thank you, OS.
Oh, I'm not in anything besides the lotto position.
That I just noticed that ticker VIK Viking Holdings got a price target raised from raised to $80 from $60 a share by Jefferies. It's at $70 right now. It gapped up.
That's European, like riverboat,
Yeah,
cruises, which always seemed pretty cool. But I don't.
yeah, it got a price upgrade to $80. I mean, it looks good right here on the 15. Hold on, let me see something.
And you
That's at
probably
JLo bottom on the hourly, right? Big Kev on VIK. If you're not busy, that is. This looks like a Morningstar reversal on a 10-minute, on a 4-hour, sorry. And the daily looks good too.
Bitcoin took the lows out. Ethereum took the lows out. Full bear, H pattern breaks. These are drilling. GLD's trying to bounce after having a big sell down. SLV still drilling. GDX and SLV CLJ are both drilling. RSP H pattern playing out. Big rejection on MAGs. All right, the VIX getting a nice spike right here. The VIX full bull right now. The NDX, SPX look like they're about to pull back all the way. You got the Russell and the Dow. They're looking like they're about to drill. Tesla pulling back, Meta pulling back, looking for value. Palantir pulling back, looking like it go test the lows. Micron's bearish. You're seeing a pullback on Microsoft, Apple, Google, AMD, all across the mags and semis. You see big pullbacks. If you're long, be careful.
Man, I come back, this shit's dumping.
Yeah. SPY, I need JPM to fall off the fucking cliff. That keeps playing with me.
The advanced versus decliners are now freshly breaking the zero line, trending down.
SPY 1.6 million puts out the money. 940,000 puts out the money. Sorry, calls was 1.6 and puts is 940.
All right, these.
Yeah, ticker PLTR. I just grabbed some 175 puts expiring this Friday.
Hey guys, there's news on QUBT and LAZR. Quantum Computing announces agreement to acquire Luminar Semiconductor to accelerate technology roadmap. So QUBT is acquiring LAZR. And
For how much? Did they say how much?
No, it doesn't say how much. But IWM just hit a new low a day, and my 252 puts are printing.
All right, I'm gonna add to these SPY 680 puts. They're currently up 20% for tomorrow.
Okay, am I seeing this right? Laser is 30 cents?
30 LAZR?
Yeah.
Hold on.
LAZR, Luminar.
Yeah.
What the fuck
Looks
happened
good.
to this stock? Weren't we
Yeah,
talking about
what
this
the
at like 6? Something?
What
7
the
bucks?
hell?
Bull Bear, I tagged in some data for car. Sorry, I got pulled away for a little bit.
No problem. I appreciate that, bro. I'm gonna look right now.
Well, maybe there's no price yet because they're waiting for it to go to zero. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, so PLTR has been getting rejected at the 188 level for like the past week, you could say, maybe even longer. It just can't get through that level. So I'm looking for a break a low day so it could continue its downward momentum.
I'm all out of Netflix. This is looking ugly. A lot of age patterns setting up here.
Yeah. So that for Palantir, there, I would love what you would love to see is a rejection right at the daily open at 185. You see that roll back over, I would probably short that down to 182.25.
Yeah, for sure.
Tesla and Meta still look like they're trying to hold on, though. They're holding on for dear life. Yeah, I mean, I'm just seeing bearishness across the board, except in like defensive stocks.
Look at GOSS. I know this is a very highly speculative play, but it's breaking out of a flag pattern here. It could go to $4 here this week. That's what I'm going to say. It's going to $4 this week. They're 3 cents.
Why do you think it's going to $4 this week?
Because it's breaking the 370 area that it's been going against, and it'll move easily 20 cents after hours. You'll probably see it open around 390, $4, probably in after hours. there's some accumulation been doing after hours, and they try to push it down. So if we break over 380, then $4. How about that? 380, then $4, which we're 1 penny away. See if the call makes it.
Yeah, it's rough out there as I look across the landscape. Pretty much everything is bearish. Herbalife looks good. Herbalife is set up to make a real nice move here. Still long Herbalife. HLF. Nike still sets up pretty good. Long Nike as well. NKE.
They have earnings Thursday, right? Thursday afternoon. Nike.
Yes, ma'am.
Woohoo!
Yo, I'm gonna hit this devil's lettuce real quick. I'll be right back, guys.
We just broke over 380, 382. 100% from the flag is 395. So 395, 400. Call it that for Goth. We'll just see if it's right.
Yeah, I'm going to start adding some Expedia shares.
Bro, I promise you that's exactly what I'm doing right now. Just looked at the chart on the 1 hour and I'm like, you know what? Start grabbing some.
The perfect buy-in from here would be 277. So if you can get the pull back there, that'd be beautiful. But I'm a DCA.
Yeah. Man. Dude, Uber looks like it wants to come to $50. Actually, 58.25 on Uber. Monthly charges at Evening Star reversal, and it's just been non-stop selling on Uber.
So I just put what I was seeing in Gossip in the nest. Now you're at 387, so it broke over that 380, went boom, 7 cents higher. I think it goes to $4, 395, $4 maybe this week. Anyways, just a little bit of stupid stuff that I just put us in the nest.
Damn, this thing looks like dog shit.
What looks like dog shit?
Uber.
Yeah, I told
Uber.
you that like 2 weeks ago, man. I quit out
Yeah.
the whole everything I had for months. I just deleted it. Cut
Yep.
every single chain I had. This thing's just gone nowhere.
Yep. When was this?
Like it's been absolutely trash, man. And the thing is just like you said, 190. It's just gonna be stuck sideways now. It's just not going nowhere.
Yeah. Since the 28th.
Of like last month. Before that,
Yeah.
go before that. Since October, September, we've been in this area.
Yeah.
I'm done with that stock for now.
My gosh.
Dog
Just
shit is
sold it.
right because there's no interest. The thing just sits there.
Probably chop fest guys before data.
What data? What more data?
The
Today?
CPI, what
Oh,
and then
oh,
non-farm
not
payroll,
data.
like the real
Okay.
data. They're going to be nervous and chopping us around probably till we get that. I think CPI is going to come in, quote unquote, in line or under. Cool. And the markets will probably like it.
Don't sleep on Warby Parker. It is consolidating quite nicely, setting up for that next leg up. I still have the 35s for March. WRBY. Don't sleep on Warby Parker.
Thanks, Big Kev. Man, I've been talking about that stock since 50 cents. So I appreciate you.
Damn, I can't put this fucking shit up top. I fucking hate this new
Send it to
update.
me.
Okay,
Send it to
so
me.
BKNY Boss Life just put down in the purple pill Micron 250 calls. December 19th expiry, 2.4 million just hit the tape. Yeah. 2.4 million Micron calls for Friday.
So it's in the nest. Hey, Kev. So when you click on it, you don't see. So when you click on the little arrow thing on someone else's post or your post, it'll come up with all the names, like all the names you can DM, and you'll see on the bottom where it says copy link, share via, and then there'll be a round circle with a underneath it, TTT pill. I think that goes to the nest. Let me see if that worked. Did it work? Yeah, it's in the nest now. Do you see what I'm saying? Big Kev?
Yeah, hold on for a
Yeah.
second. I'm trying to buy a couple of those Micron calls. Yeah, so I'm not able to do it on this phone, bro. Like I can do it on my other phone. That's how I got all the other shit up there. So
Just send it to me.
I can't.
That's fine. Send it to me.
It's down in the purple pill. It's in the purple pill. It's no big deal.
Yeah. I put it in the nest, by the way, just because you wanted it.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yo, shout out BKNY Boss Life, by the way.
He's a G, dude. Great information.
Yeah. Yes.
Love his help. Participation.
Yeah, that flow is totally antithetical to the daily setup for Micron. So I'm gonna grab the couple with a tight stop loss. And NVIDIA is set up to make a nice move to the upside. NVIDIA is starting to show some strength.
Okay, gentlemen, I've got some business I need to take care of. I will not be back today.
See ya when we see you, bro. It was a pleasure having you.
Have a great
Thank
day.
you very much, sir.
You too, bro. ticker. I can't get filled in these because it literally there's no one on this contract. But the MGA $50 calls for June are green. There's the contract's dead. Can't even get out of it.
Netflix is set to announce fourth quarter 2025 financial results.
So they're trying to save their stock now. Got it.
100%.
The stock's been dead.
Well, I mean that's just their earnings, right? Are they doing it? Are they doing earnings? They're pulling earnings forward.
No, I think that's a pre-release or something.
Pre-release? That's going to be bullish then. They're just.
Oh, I mean, I would. That's what
when
it
is
sounds
it, Heather?
like to
I'm
me.
sorry, Eric.
It doesn't say when. It just says it's set to announce fourth quarter 2025 financial results. That's all it says. There's no date or anything, but I'm assuming it'd be in December at some point.
One article still says January 20th. That's what I'm reading right now. So doesn't look like they're pulling it forward.
When's their earnings?
I thought it was done.
No, they're next ones.
I can go double check.
Let's see.
Give me 1 minute. Yeah, it's the same date. So they're not. This doesn't sound like they're doing anything forward.
I've got the earnings on January 15th. You said
No, I got 19th on my screen.
Or do you have Trading View's got the 15th?
Are they going to pre-announce though, which would be bullish? Like they're just like, fuck this, we're going to pre-announce and run the stock.
Let me see.
Did they say they were going to pre-announce? Why are you saying pre-announce?
Why are they coming and saying they're set to announce? Is that them or somebody else? Like it's a month away?
That was their quote 1 minute ago. Wait. It's on their investor relations website, Tuesday, January 20th at approximately 1:01 p.m. Pacific time, which would be after earnings. That doesn't make any sense. Something's not right there.
What stock? Sorry, I just walked back in.
Netflix. They just gave out news that they're announcing it'll post its fourth quarter 2025 financial results and business outlook on their investor relations website. But they're saying they're doing that on Tuesday, January 20th, and their earnings are before them. So that doesn't make any sense.
I have their earnings actually estimated on Tuesday, January 20th.
That's what I said. I have mine on the 20th. The Trading View is wrong.
Yeah, I have the estimate on the 20th for their earnings, which makes sense because Netflix is usually Tuesday, in general. So
yeah, so I don't think this news is anything new.
Yeah, that's crazy. Why would they even announce it then?
Trying to give some hopium to a stock that's been dead.
Valid.
Kev, what
liquidity?
What meta did you get? God, I almost want to do 700s for January monthlies.
That's what I got.
Oh fuck, I'm in there. You son of a bitch.
Yeah, the force, the force. Excuse me, on Meta, I think the 670s for $2 this week. Wouldn't get super aggressive on it. If we talk about a box trade, we're buying at the high, but this is into strength.
Yeah, before you grab those 670s, I went ahead and grabbed the 700s for January monthlies.
What'd you get in at?
Give me a second, I'll tell you.
Yeah. I just grabbed
2.3 seconds.
What?
I said, give me 2.3 seconds.
That's what you got in at. And I'm like, I got in at $7. Oh, yeah.
No, hell no. Let me see. 450.
Shit. Yeah, you got it.
Currently up 25%.
I got in at $7, dude. Fuck. Way late.
I'm going to take the METU, which is the leverage, January monthly, $34. Lots of call volume on that one, and I got in for $1.05.
I'm gonna see how these play out between the regular stock options versus these things for a monthly. That's gonna be interesting. Frankie, what's going on, sir?
Hey, Jeffrey.
Hey, we're going to real estate real quick since that's your bag also. More buyers, more sellers than buyers. Are you seeing? I know you know you're regional, but I'm seeing that nationally. And your thoughts there, real quick.
Yeah, I think that you're going to see more sellers than buyers
Okay.
in the next 6 months.
Okay, and have you started seeing that, say, in the last, I think since September, no? September, October?
Yeah.
Which I
Yeah,
think will
prices
be in
are down
CPI. I think,
marginally, but not a lot.
but they're coming down. Yeah, so remember, it's the rate of change in all of this stuff that you know the Fed looks at. Not just the how much it comes down, it's the rate of change. What else is going on, Frank?
Nothing. I figured we'd test the lows today, Friday's lows. I think we're chopped rest of the day, but like setting up right here a little bit, like 5 minute looks a little heavy. See if they can hold here. That last low and create a higher low, but I don't know. I think might test the lows again. But I'm pretty much flat here.
Yeah, I don't think we test the lows again. I'm sitting here looking at the Dow. The Dow looking like it wants to. If the Dow can hold this level and build this little bit, build the start of this base, I'm looking at that last 15-minute candle for SPX, and as long as price didn't get below the low of that, I think we go higher.
Yeah, we got a lower high and a higher low so far, so we're in the middle.
Yeah, Palantir's building up a base. Micron's building up a base. Meta's full bull. Nvidia's trying to build a base. Microsoft has a firm base going. Apple has a base. So you have a few of these that are getting nice bases built up. So, matter of fact, let's go look at what the banks are doing. Okay, the bank now, I don't know. Well, KRE is building up a base. XLF, I don't know what to say about that. Could chop to upside. I don't see more downside.
I agree with that. Put speculation has flatlined. Call speculation could pick up, but people aren't slamming any more puts to the downside. It's flatlined out. Put buyers are content. 10 delta, 20 delta has peaked and is flat.
On what?
SPX.
Calls it is.
I didn't say that.
I did though.
Looks like SPY and Q's and, well, not really SPX, but SPY and Q's both look like those Wu-Tang W's.
Oh shit! Love those Wu Tang W.
But option
Those
scalps
usually play.
full
Those
transparency.
usually
I'm already
play.
in calls, so I'm not doubling down on my calls. But yeah, you got better entry than me, cuz.
We'll see what happens. Jeffrey, it looked like a pretty good exit at the time. So
Thank you very much. And you, I
Great
guess you were
exit.
out of the room. I said thank you very much for getting me out.
no,
110%.
that worked out great.
Yeah.
AJ, can you check Apple? You never got back to me, please.
I haven't.
On the
I've
call
been
wall.
having issues logging in, so hold on.
Oh, okay. Jeffrey, this is setting up for a great end of day move, FYI. We're super far from the ceiling and floor. So that end of day move that you're looking for, it's setting up for it big time.
Big time.
Um, I'm just going to throw this out there. This is a highly considered lotto here. RCAT. I was monitoring. I put it on my watch list. It was RCAT 11 calls for December 26th. It had a lot of flow to it on the double ass side sweeps for the 11th strike. I marked it and then I marked it on my chart where that was, and it was at $30 per contract. Um, there's not even a bid on this book because it dropped out of this little consolidation, but back into its big breakout. I wouldn't be worried to put like maybe a $5 call or a $5 bid on the RCAT 11s for the December 26th. There's, like I said, the ask right now is 20, but I wouldn't be scared to put like maybe a $5 bid on that and see if there's some type of news there, because it was a pretty sizable bet, over 2,000 contracts.
Nice. I like those. I'm already in those, cuz, but not the Jans. I got like way out for a while. Ooh, we bought Palantir. Oh, somebody just spent 1 million on 200 calls for Palantir for January. I'm already in the 230s, so I like those.
So you guys might have already reported this part. It says Bank of America says banks will move on chain over the next several years. This was within 40 minutes ago. And then Unusual Whales reports Russia reportedly would be okay with Ukraine joining the EU per Politico. So that would be interesting.
Rivian's breaking out, guys.
Let's go. We got the 20s for March.
Think I'm gonna have to short that at 20.
Oh,
Yo, can you guys hear me?
I guess we can now.
All right, so ticker circle, and I grabbed the $70 puts for January. CRCL circle. It's in an H pattern on every time frame. CRCL circle.
Yeah, something really suspect happened. I have 300 calls for that GOSS ticker for January, $3 calls that I got at 10 cents, trying to get out at 90 cents. So what, 9x? But they canceled them. They fucking canceled them. And I have to reapply them. I don't know what's going on there with Charles Schwab, but that I had good till cancel.
Look like the market might actually go test that low. We're about to take out that previous 15-minute candle low. So this is an H pattern setup. Now we are going to test the lows now. If we take
be
that.
Careful with Rivian. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Just be careful with Rivian up here. It keeps getting rejected. It looks like a breakout, but I don't trust it. I don't trust this market. I think Qs are going to hit at least 609 again, 600 maybe by the end of the week. I just don't trust this. If Rivian breaks this 1910 level, holds it, then it could definitely take off. But every time it's just been getting rejected. The whole market that's been happening. Nvidia's trying to break out, gets rejected. Palantir's trying to break out, gets rejected, comes back down. It's the theme right now.
No, absolutely. I see it as well. It's bounced off today's high again as well at 1916 on this candle. So,
yeah, it could break out here, let's say. But the volume's just not even there.
I got my eye on Nvidia and Microsoft. Both of those look relatively strong. I think if both of those go up, the market goes up.
Shop City.
I'll tell you what, Rivian's trying. It doesn't seem to want to give up yet.
No, for sure. Yeah, it just needs a little bit more volume. If this 15-minute candle gets higher volume than its previous 15 in it.
Man, Rivian
sure.
ready. Rivian finna go. Rivian
Yeah.
is ready spaghetti. You tripping. You going straight to 20, bruh. 1960 once again.
No, I agree. I just don't know what's going to happen today.
The volume isn't there for it to happen today, but that doesn't mean it won't. The volume won't come in. Still early.
No, yeah,
we still got several hours.
It's definitely ready. It's primed.
We get
it's something, but
go ahead, boss.
No, I was just saying something about this market's not feeling right. But go ahead.
We get cooler CPI, which I think is going to happen. You're going to see the 10-year go down. That's awesome for vehicles. I believe credit card companies, all that stuff. We're going to see rates kind of trend down if that happens, right? Everybody's worried about this the CPI coming in a lot harder because, the government didn't put it out and they're thinking shit's hiding. I'm telling you, I think it's coming in cooler.
What month is this, Jeffrey, that they're reporting? Do we know?
November.
November?
It's November.
Okay.
November.
We'll see.
Thank you,
December,
sir.
January, if I freaking remember.
So we got September. They
Rivian is
skipped
prepared for
October.
takeoff.
And now we're getting November. Got it. Yes, it sure is. Let's go. We still need a new high a day.
I mean, everything is going to be bullish that they release. I don't think we're ever going to see bad and honest data from this administration, no matter how independent they say these government entities are that collect this data. That's just my opinion, the way they're playing this.
Finally, new high a day. Let's go.
New high day. See if it can hold. Yep. It broke out of that fly.
I'm about to go eat lunch, bro. This shit dead.
Circle fell off a cliff. It may fill that gap down to 73.38 today.
Send it to 0. This thing's been a phenomenal shorts.
Just today's candle alone has been phenomenal.
Yeah, that's why I saw that. That's why I'm like, wait, hold on, I gotta jump into these.
Wait,
Here comes that volume in Rivian.
Oh, they want to chase it
Zero
down.
want it now. First started shorting Circle at 147. It's now $70.
Taking the call.
Good night. No worries, options.
I'm already in. I got in this morning, 19s for
I got
this
in the
week.
20s earlier.
Yep. How's everybody core weave doing? 73, nice. That short's down from 137.
Dude, the only thing about Rivian, I like it a lot, but it's up 4%. The weekly contracts, like the $20 contracts, are only up 70%. So the underline's up almost 5%, but the contracts are only up 60%.
Did you check its IV versus historical IV and see what bracket it's in right now?
No, sir.
Okay. That would probably help you to figure out why it's not moving that much. I can take a peek.
You said to compare the historical IV to today's IV, this week's IV?
Yes, sir. I'll do it right now.
The BX trender turned green.
Oh, you and what's his name use that? Doesn't Divine use that too?
There's a lot of people that do.
Yeah. So current IV is 55%. Historical's been about 30. So there's your answer.
What was that, AJ?
It's the current IV versus historical IV on Rivian.
Yeah.
Right. Usually in the 30s. Right now it's 53%. So you are also paying for that. Like my I don't know who's talking because my Twitter's glitched out. Is saying because they're not moving as nicely. Well, that's also because the market has priced in a higher premium to play.
Yeah, so the market's expecting upside.
No, the market is protecting itself for an upside or downside move. It's making you pay for both. Doesn't mean you go up just because IV's higher.
Okay, I got you.
It means that you have to pay more to have the risk and the thesis that it can go up or down. Either way, they've priced in both sides more expensive historically than they usually do. Because I'm sure people are looking at it and saying, hey, I want to short near 20. And so they're going to make them pay more to do that. Right? Because it's
I got you.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. You're paying more to play. It's like going to a casino and raising the ante up.
No, it makes sense for sure.
So my suggestion would be, if it's not moving as nicely, go farther out. Go look down the option chain. Go farther out and see if it's flatline.
So for me, I'm good with the rate in which my contract moved comparatively to the entry price that I got, in conjunction where price is at concurrent to that. Basically saying I don't have a problem with how my contracts are moving.
I know.
Okay.
I got you.
I'm just explaining a thesis, bro. That's it.
No, yeah, you're right. It makes sense.
Like,
Couple news things, guys.
Go ahead.
Netflix CEOs seek to reassure staff about Warner Brothers deal. They're still trying to pump the stock. And Elon Musk and XAI unveil Link's chatbot to complement Grok. The new AI platform will be more focused on blockchain analysis and digital asset intelligence. So that's a Trump deal.
Tesla ready to go back and test that high again, still holding these 485s.
So if you go look at the chain that I'm doing right now and scanning the way they built it out, right? They kind of built in higher implied volatility bets through Jan 16, and then they drop it off into the February, March, June, September, December contracts. So there was a reason why I eyed the March cons.
You said
March or May?
March. I got March 20s. I got them today.
Oh, what's the IV percent you see on that? Is it 76?
Yeah.
All right, I got you. Thanks, bro.
No worries, bro. The hell? Yeah, I got those today. Already up.
Yeah, I was just looking at them. It looks like the March 25s have taken flight as well.
Yep. Correcto mundo.
Yo, AJ, you seeing any unusual flows for cost? COST?
I'll take a look. Also, I don't trade that stock a lot, so I don't know how to define unusual for it. Like, what would you define as unusual? I don't trade cost enough.
Shit, I don't know.
Okay, so then that doesn't help. Damn, bro. I need you, because otherwise I'm just you know what I'm saying?
I
read tickers.
I don't trade it like that.
I know tickers well.
I don't really use a flow tool. I'm just looking at the chart and it looks like it wants to.
I'm just asking because
Do you see anything where the volume is twice the OI?
Fair. I'll do it that way because you know there's a confidence, right? If you know a ticker how it trades, you can spot it easily. I don't trade cost enough to know. You know what I'm saying?
I get you.
Well, let me see what I got. Volume way greater than OI. Ignoring weeklies because those are OPEX. because they're just buying and selling the same contract. So I'm thinking somebody just scalping the 865 call. They're literally buying and selling. So I'm ignoring that. Yeah, the only thing is for January 2nd it's an 860 put and an 835 put. That is, the volume exceeds the OI by 3x. That's it. There's nothing else.
Interesting.
860, 835. It's expensive. Well, 835 is cheap. 860 is $11.
All right.
Yeah, it's a bearish. It's a bet. That's only one. Other than that, it's all weeklies.
Oh, weeklies.
And they're just buying and selling the same con. Doesn't help. Doesn't tell me.
Yeah. Let me see something. Look at the lows chart.
Yeah, go ahead, man. It's 860 would be the only one I would look at.
How about lows? You see anything for lows on either side, puts or calls?
All right, 1 second. Let me refresh everything. Low. Vol greater than OI. It's LOW, right?
L. Lows.
Yeah, the ticker's LOW, right?
LOEWS. Lows. Ticker is L.
Oh, ticker's L. Oh, my bad. I didn't do that right. All right.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the home improvement place.
Nah, blank slate.
Okay. I don't know.
I took Costco 800 puts as a leap a long time ago. So we were up over 1,000 at that point.
Yeah, I played Costco to the downside for earnings. Actually called that out in, I think it was AJ Spaces, actually.
Yeah, probably, bro. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Does anybody play next? Somebody was hitting the $4 calls for this week.
Heather talked about that earlier.
She did? Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
somebody was slamming $4 calls for this week, this morning, all morning.
That was Heather.
That's probably Heather. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Probably. Oh, I like this one. AVGO Broadcom. This came in 20 minutes ago. 330 calls for 1226, about 700,000. They're trying to bottom fish. Down $18 today. Dang, this thing got obliterated. I did not even notice that. Oof.
Costco just lost another $4 since we talked about it.
That's hilarious.
Bro, she is that Costco put on 8. Bro, that's Heather, man. That's the only one out there 8 just chilling. That's her.
Guilty.
Hey, Bull Bear, Callaway setting up pretty nice. Good bounce here.
Oh, look at Rivian go, baby. Come on, above 19. Calls are green, guys.
What's the ticker for that again, Mika?
MODG.
MODG.
Let's go break the 20 on Rivian, man. I just need that 20 break.
Yeah.
We're all right there with you. Bitcoin's falling.
Oh,
Let's go.
It's been holding this level too, Big Kev.
I see that.
1136.
Gets back over 12 and might see some fireworks.
Yeah, ready spaghetti. Yeah, it's setting up nice.
You know what I forgot to look into when we were talking about Topgolf and all that stuff? I wanted to look into the manufacturers of the mods. Because everybody's putting those up now. Our club just put one in.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I remember once upon a time they were talking about it for a while. But I don't hear about it as much.
No, you don't. It's crazy. But yeah, those are like so popular now. And it's like, well, who makes them?
I'm telling you what, bro. You see this Tiger Woods new golf thing that he has? You guys could get into that whenever that goes fucking Public, you could get into that company, man. That's gonna be the future of golf.
What is it?
It's basically, it's almost like a simulating golf course, really, with a screen, with one of those putting screens or swing screens that they have. But the golf
Yeah,
course
that's what I was
actually
talking about.
moves. Yeah, this shit actually moves. That shit is insane. No, but it's the actual hole on the course. You play the course. It's in like this little dome. It's on ESPN too, as well. It's like this new golf thing that they have. It's pretty cool. I think it might be Top Golf or Callaway. I think it might be Callaway that's one of the big sponsors. Yo, this Costco chart is dog shit, man. Look at this thing. What is Target doing? TGT. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's the simulator. That's similar to the one we have at the club.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see. HD Golf.
HD Golf.
Let me see if that's manufacturer. Nope, Full Swing. Well, who's going to claim it? Full Swing Golf Simulators. Everybody wants it.
Everybody wants it.
Ticker. Just grab Lotto size for Lotto. SPX 6790 puts. I got a 250 fill.
Nice. It's Full Swing Golf Simulators is what it looks like the manufacturer is.
Huh.
Now let's see if they have a ticker. No, it's not public.
Yeah. I figured. But that's where it's going, you know.
Yeah, these have
Everything
been
is
around for a while. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They're so cool.
The future of golf.
It sure is. Now I want to see if you use the ball in these, or is it just motion?
No, you use the ball, the real ball.
Yeah. And apparently they have a kit that you can take out to the course, to the driving range,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll monitor your swing and what adjustments need to be made.
That is so dope.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I may have to get this for my son. That's really cool. Oh, hell no. $5,000?
I know.
I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, go on and get it for your kid.
Hey, yeah, go ahead. Get two of them.
He's
Better
spoiled
tell
it
him like,
up.
look, you need to spend half on this, man. I got you though.
What? I'm so confused. Somebody hit Google Flow repeatedly 320 Cs for 1226, 115K back to back hits. Goog.
So technically, the Santa Claus rally is the last 5 trading days of December, which includes the day after Christmas.
Technically, it's more in January than December, but people keep saying December.
Well, it's last 5 days. Historically, it's the last 5 days of December and the first 2 trading days of January.
And so, we usually end up doing better in Jan than December, is what I've noticed.
I agree. That's just historically what it works out as.
Also, the last half of December is usually a bullish, anyways. Regardless of how much we move, it's usually bullish after OPEX into whatever.
Santa Claus rally. Get your jingle bells out.
Yeah, I just bought some shares in ticker FAST, fast enough. Ticker FAST.
Fast the nail.
Yes, sir. That's the nail.
Isn't that auto parts?
They do like tools. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tools.
They're I think they're based out of Minnesota. Up there in the boonies.
The frozen tundra.
They're more like a supply shop. Sorry.
Did you get caught eating something?
Yeah.
Damn, that shit came in volume 26. I'm gonna have to turn that down.
Sorry about that, bro. Yeah, there's more like it's more like a supply house, so to speak. Not just tools, but like, electrical parts, plumbing parts, HVAC parts. It's kind of like Lock Supply, if you know what that is.
Ticker Meta just hit a new high day.
Damn, bro, I was supposed to chase the 720s. Forgot. Meta full bull over 650. That was my level entry this morning. That's now. This candle close will confirm it for me to long. There's still opportunity there.
I'm in the same boat with IWM. This candle's got to close.
Where's VIX? Is they trying to get to my 1610 level? Come on, just do it.
It's trying.
I'm tired of your shit.
I don't know if it's going to break this level, though.
Did Jeffrey leave? Yeah, he did.
It appears so.
Hey, Joker, you still on your Discord? Or you buy your Discord? No, he's driving. Never mind. I'm not going to distract him.
LAZR is getting some volume.
Yeah,
it's
because
the buyout.
There was negative news this morning. Didn't it die?
Yeah, bankruptcy.
Yeah, just so along with IB whatever, right? Both of them.
Shit is.
No, LAZR was a buyout.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
why the hell is it dead?
Yeah. It's about to get this. If it fills this gap to the upside, that's 60 cents.
Yeah, I thought I read bankruptcy somewhere. I mean, I don't know. Come on, Rivian. Rivian blasting off like Meta. So I got Rivian and I got Meta blasting off. I'm setting a stop loss on these SPX puts for a 50% loss. Otherwise, I'm in them.
But they
that's
are
a nice
filing
base
Chapter
build.
11.
Oh boy. I grabbed Costco 850 puts for January.
It may be there by the end of the hour.
Okay, so I look across the status of the market and I'm looking at a whole bunch of bases being built. Hood has a pretty fair base. Adobe has a pretty fair base. Intel has a pretty good base. UNH has a good base. Oracle has a good base. Netflix has a good base. AMD good base. Apple good base. Google is trash. Microsoft has a very good base. NVIDIA has established a pretty fair base. So has Palantir and Micron. Of course, you know, Meta super strong. But the Russell, the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ all have pretty respectable bases. They've been holding firm. This is essentially just them consolidating out of downtrend resistance. The longer it consolidates, the longer it goes sideways, the more likely you see a reversal.
Yo, these Costco contracts are mooning. These 850s, they're already up almost $150 a contract. Put this down here. Yeah, this thing is looking for an oil well.
Yeah, don't sleep on Gap. Gap is setting up real nice, like.
Well, BB, Costco's dropped $10 in the last candle and a half. So, like I said,
Yeah.
you may be there in no short order, buddy.
Yep. Half of this icy cloud is 804. This is crazy. Look at the monthly chart on Costco. It's like it wants to come to 500, 550. If it completes this head and shoulder that it's trying to make right here on a monthly chart.
Yeah, I have 802.69 as the possible first bounce.
yeah, that's exact. I'm close
on the
to
monthly.
right there. Yep, yep. Pretty damn close. That's crazy.
Kev, did you see Stefanski gave Shador the wrong wristband?
Yeah, the saga continues.
What? You're joking.
Nah, bullshit, you not. Yeah, they had to pull him out of the game and replace the wristband and all that. Yeah, it's crazy. Set that man up for failure. That's crazy.
Bro, this is a professional game.
I don't understand why that man's not fired.
The quarterback gets the starting quarterback?
Because the fuckery is at the highest levels of the organization of management, not the organization, but of management. Like if the GM is in on it, then the GM is the one who fires you.
That's wild.
well, the lack of him being fired is clear. So over here reading that, and I was like, no fucking way.
Yes way.
Well, BB, if it's any consolation, the next order block I have on Costco is 463.96. I wouldn't sell yet.
Bit of a drop down here in the S&P. I'm looking forward to potentially trap. We'll see how that goes. 6,800 is a pretty strong gamma level here on the S&P. If we swipe the low and recover it, I might take some lottos for a 6850 end of day push. However, no, that's very risky because we're buying back against the wall type of deal. Sorry, that was my algo closing the short there.
Got a sell limit at $5 for 100% on these 767.90 puts.
Yo, I'm already at 10% on these Costco's for January. This thing.
Did you hear what I said about the order block?
No, sorry, I stepped away. What'd you say?
So the next order block I have on Costco as of right now is 463.96.
See, I told you guys. It looks like it wants to come to 550. If this head and shoulder plays out on the monthly, it's going there. This is nuts.
About to go test the lower day. Take that out.
Yeah, boy. Look at this thing. Wrap it up, boys. We're gonna charge you more for these hot dogs, you heard? No more sale on these hot dogs at Costco. Actually, you know
Just
what?
be careful. Be careful at earnings though, because they can do very well at earnings, especially after Christmas. So I don't think it's till March though.
Mm-hmm. It's setting up a 3 black crows on a 10-minute right here.
Yeah, this market is shaky. I just don't trust it. I cut most of my weekly call. Still in my puts. Nvidia breaking below VWAP. Let's see if it can bounce here.
I've got an order block on SPY right here that it seems to be holding on this candle.
Yeah, I'm not buying anything else. Hands off until par hour.
Probably smart.
Yeah, so much for the lows being in. This thing ain't done.
Yeah. Let's see what this 180 said.
Rivian's still holding up.
The 680s for tomorrow, they're up 20%. SPY.
Bro, this thing is still back to 6,800 and chopping, man. We've gone nowhere in indices, man.
Yeah.
Literally. For a month. What is it, a month now?
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Ain't done shit.
So Gordy, shout out to Gordy, FAST. They do big data center, small part suppliers, and he used them once upon a time, all the time. So it's a supply house for data centers.
The January monthly 50s on FAST are only a nickel.
Yeah, the chain, the option chain is not pretty liquid. That's why I chose to get shares as well.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. But if you look at the monthly chart on this thing, it's setting up.
Sure is.
Don't sleep on Warby Parker, WRBY. Don't sleep on Warby Parker.
Mm-hmm. $47.
Nike looking like it's ready to go test those highs of days. Nike's just been trending up nicely here.
Mm-hmm. 65 and 70s.
Yeah, it's 75.
Let's go. Spy's doing some bullshit right here. If you're playing this, they're crazy. I just needed to lose 680.
UNH is making a nice move again.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Rivian next leg up, 1941.
Maya, go ahead.
Boom.
Yeah, Circle's going to fill that gap today. It's just not stopping. It's off a damn cliff.
It sure is. These 70s are up 12% already. Yeah, I saw that chart. I was like, wait, what?
Bro, I'm really done.
Yeah, bro. Go ahead. I'm good too, man.
Yeah, I don't know where Jeffrey at.
He went to sleep, dog. Actually, knowing him, he's probably at Starbucks.
yeah, I got some things I got to do. Plus, I'm done trading, man. So, anybody want to pick up where we leave off?
If you guys want to open a space, go ahead, go for it. But yeah, I'm good too. See.
So if you haven't joined our S&P 500 trading group, we just took a nice little scalp off the bottom there, adding some double-digit gains. I sold for about 10.5%. JP got 10.75 on some runners, sold some more at 17. So nice little scalp there for the S&P 500 group. Again, the Telegram link is above. But good job, JP. Let's just remember the market is obviously in a bit of a lighter environment. We're still underneath that gap-filled dark pool print, but that's a really good push off of the lows. We took 679 1 DTE calls. We got filled at 335. I just sold out of all mine. JP might still have some runners, but protect that trade if you're long. But that was a good little scalp in our S&P 500 group.
in 2028, $3 calls, right? So
What stock, Jeff?
somebody's expecting that this thing, maybe it's stock replacement, maybe not.
Yes, and I've got stopped out 3 times, 4 times.
Potato Man in the house. What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeffrey, you want to know what the top earnings tickers are for this week?
The what, sir? Top earnings?
The top, yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm sure that I don't play earnings. I get foobarred every time I play. So
You got to play the ones that Yamco finds, bro.
yeah, if they're these, no one plays furniture stores or some weird ass shit. Yeah, you gotta play it. What's up?
CPO.
I want to hear you sing "I'm a Little Teapot" first, and then I'll tell you.
Little teapot, huh?
Yeah, I want to hear you sing "I'm a Little Teapot."
No. Go ahead, Yam. I don't sing. I'll run people out of the room.
Thank God.
Yamco, go ahead. Give us the good ones.
Carnival and ConAgra are the two that are screening very well for odd flows.
You heard that? Carnival.
and put us in the bottom of this wedge and then slowly bring it back up. Sorry, guys.
What's your average, Jeffrey?
My average is probably 65 cents.
For a 68.40?
68.30, I think. Let me look.
Wow, buddy, I'd keep that. I would close my eyes and walk away.
No, sir. 68.40.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I'm under.
That's okay.
I was up 100%. Well, almost 100%. What's the GEX telling us?
Virtually pinned at 6,800, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
They're adding. So I'm seeing they're adding 68.30 right here.
Yeah.
But they're also fucking adding 6,800 too, and that's where all the volume is. No, they're removing there, adding 68.30, but we need to see a way bigger ad here, and we need to see them really take away that 6,800.
You need QQQ to catch a fucking bid.
Yeah, it's nothing. I'm looking at the
Tech,
mags
tech
right
is
now.
the horror, bro.
The mags aren't doing shit. Like nothing of them. Where's Tesla? I mean, he's just sideways.
Bro, Tesla's the
Apple,
only
low
reason
sideways.
why. No, Tesla's the only reason why Q's didn't go to the dumpster, bro. You can't blame Tesla.
But he needs to lead again, dude. I need these mags turning around or I'm fucked because they're 30% of the index. So these guys need to wake up here and run end of day. Then I could get the 68.40, no problem. If they start running.
Then
At
send
least
to
3.
sign Lisa's titties for QQQ to move around, bro.
Power hour has started here. A few minutes into power hour. We'll see what we get here for price action. Some interesting observations. You have had gold and silver make a nice push to the upside. Natural gas still weak. Crude oil still weak. Bitcoin still weak. IWM still underperforming. Your S&P and Qs. QQQ underperforming SPY. SPY the strongest, but still negative on the session. NVIDIA down 0.7, Meta up 1%. That's had a nice session. Tesla, obviously the standout stock of the day, up 4% and pushing. It is a big area for the S&P here. You've recaptured your value area low for SPY, but you're still under that dark pool print and gap fill. So if the market can recapture this dark pool area and go positive, then we have kind of a lot of runway back to our opening range low. So if the market can get through to this dark pool print, we might have a nice little $1.80 squeeze here into the end of the day on SPY. So watching it obviously closely. You know, the market sets up for a pretty bearish. If the market closes down here on S&P below Friday's closing low, that sets up for quite a bit of bearish price action in my opinion. What you want to see if you're bullish, the bulls want to get a higher close than the previous Friday close. So we're very close, but so far the market is still just underneath that previous Friday closing price. Some positives in the market, guys. You still have a lot of sectors performing quite well. You look at RSP. RSP is actually positive in the market. So RSP is up 0.26%. And that's because you got consumer discretionary, healthcare, utilities, real estate, staples, industrials, financials, communications, and materials, all green. So majority of the sectors are green. You just have energy and XLK negative. So XLK really weighing in on things here, as well as energy. But when you look across the landscape, solid price action in XLY, solid price action in XLV. Utilities having really, really good price action today. Come on, get off my screen. Staple is catching a little bit of a bounce. You've got communications trying to make a little bit of a red to green reversal today. Financials, although getting very extended, still positive on the tape. Materials are flat on the session. What else we got? All right, let's move back to the SPX chart here. Oh, come on.
Like 50, 60 something. I'll tell you right now. Those are the ones I'm in. 70.
Yeah. So come down into that. Well, where? Let me look at the price. Let me look at the chart real quick.
Make sure you
Right.
connect to the proper Wi-Fi.
Oh man, I left my house. That's what happened. Yeah, 68.25 is the barrier for us here. Really break over that, we could get some legs towards that 68.40 zone. That's my alternative close, primary close 68.12. But if we do get that at $75, is not bad, but it's a hell of a risk if we don't get it earlier than later.
Yeah, I'm not like, we need a push, dude.
if you took those lotto puts that I'm taking, ABVX, we're up 15% already on these. Your choice. You want to keep them or swing them. Don't look at me. Apple 275 calls January are green.
Here we are, right at that 6824 resistance area. we need a push. If we can push up here, we'll be bullish in the end of the day. But we need a breakout.
Yeah, you get it closed under 6812. It's interesting because we get into that 6800 key level.
Here we go. Come on, big push. God damn it. Sorry, go ahead, OS. I thought we were pushing here.
That's all right. 6812 is really a line in the sand for me. I mean, that's the December open. If we get a push below that, if we get a close below that, I would really, it'd be tough for me not to short it, but same time we have that 6800 key level right there that's been protected and protected and protected. So it's one of those ones where you just probably sit on your hands here more than anything. And if anything, you'd go with the probabilities, and that's that it gets bought up.
Okay, 6826. So we're breaking above that 6824 resistance. We need to push here. I'd like to see VIX go down 1620, and then stay below and go towards 16, and we'll push up to 6840. That's all I can say right now. We need to hold here and continue up. Obviously, guys. I mean, that's obvious. Let's see where the GEX is at. Let me see ADD lines real quick. The fuck is my ADD?
I'll take a look too. UVol minus DVol is trying to make.
It's trying, baby.
Yeah, it's trying.
We need a big push.
Trying. 2 spikes.
God damn it. Back to that 6824-ish area.
$68.15 puts at $1.15 is not a bad price.
Do we get a QQQ close right at the pivot, 613.01 for the ultimate fuckery?
Where is it?
613.01 on QQQ is the weekly pivot. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where.
Bro, I want 613.20. That's my target, cuz. Give me my target.
Dying for it, but I genuinely think that we're gonna head right back down because the floor's been collapsing up and the ceiling's been collapsing down. We can squeeze to the ceiling, but I haven't ran.
No, floor collapsing up is bullish.
Where's the MCO at? I think he's going to get it with the 6830s. That's where
floor moving up is bullish. Ceiling moving down is bearish. So yes, they're not in sync. Shock.
Let's go.
Spot is 68, 23, 24-ish. They're adding 68.30, also adding 68.40, taking away 68.15 below us. That's where all the negative GEX by volume is, 68.15. So I'm going to watch that, and so hopefully they continue to remove and add on top.
Just wait till 3:30, Jeffrey, till Robinhood cons get closed out, and then you can take your play. It's gonna be fuckery, bro.
I'm
Hey,
loading.
what,
I'm loading meta.
hey Jeffrey, what's going on, Sammy? Listen, I posted an inverted chart on ES, and we're inside an inverted head and shoulders, brother. The right shoulder is actually forming as we speak and making higher lows. So if I had to make a bet, this is a downtrend continuation going into this week.
Between 68.15s, they're adding 68.25s, which is above us, 68.30s, which is where all the volume is, 68.35s, they're adding to that as well. They're pulling away from underneath us. So end of day, we want to see like where all the volume's at like 68.40. Ugh, man, this is difficult. We need to be back above 68.24 on the index. We have to be above that. That has to hold. And it's not.
Yeah, just looking at the short term, we just got back below the VWAP on the 5 minute, 10 minute, and the 15 minute. So it's not really looking too promising.
They're popping the VIX a little bit here above 1640.
Yeah. Too many calls
Shout out to Heather who just sent me a message. Robinhood now allows you to close at 3:45, not 3:30. So
so they did that with the because I know you could play SPX on Robinhood now.
till 4. Yep. So they moved the other close to 3:45 now instead of 3:30. You get another 15 minutes.
God damn it! So we have to wait before they
That's
screw all
so
the
fucking
retail.
annoying,
Yeah,
bro.
that was such a great like input that you did with the Robin guys get closed, and then you can play. That makes total sense because they're all the.
And they're doing it 5 minutes before the 350 candle, so
God
that's like pure fuckery, bro. I'm like, great.
Yep, 3:45.
That makes it more difficult. Well, it doesn't. It's not looking good.
It's actually set up for more. You actually might get a more explosive move because before they had an extra 20 minutes to theta burn, but now they'll have 5 minutes. When they close those cons out, so that actually might set you up better since you're playing on Schwab. Believe it or not, depending on if retail, is more one-sided than the other.
Hey, is anyone shorting Bitcoin?
I'm short every crypto stock. Does that count?
Still short IBIT.
That's gorgeous.
Does that count? I think that counts. Does it count? It
Abs-
counts in my book.
Absolutely.
All right, works for me then.
Can't wait for Tom Lee on CNBC to come online and say Bitcoin will hit 150 in February now.
Actually, he came on earlier today, bro, and he just said expect S&P 15% haircut in the first couple months of 2026.
So he covered
OS,
both paths.
You said what?
Jeffrey,
What'd you say?
did you say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say OS is 6812 looks pretty fucking good here. Good job, OS. Go ahead, guys.
No, you're good. He basically he's now calling for a move lower now instead of calling like 6,500 moves higher.
Yeah, this way it protects his reputation, right?
Yeah, he finally got one right.
Anyone know when the Japan rate decision is?
Thursday night.
Thursday night? Okay, when's Thursday night?
Friday for them.
Thursday night? Okay.
Yeah, Friday. So basically, our middle of the night. It's like 2 or 3 a.m.
Yeah, I know. It always hits the tape like that.
It always hits the tape like right when that future has that London move, like at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Trump's talking right now.
Is he really? Because we are pushing down.
Yeah, there's a bunch of financial juice notifications coming through. The White House is live also in Spaces.
I'm gonna play it if he's okay. Here it is.
You can look throughout history. Look at China when they were loaded up with drugs.
It's not connected.
Greatly, and others were able to take them over.
You're gonna say the same shit every day, okay?
So they're trying to drug out our country.
He's talking about drugging out our country from.
Okay, nothing new.
He's talking about hitting drug trafficking on land. So this has to do with Venezuela.
Why is this not working? 1 second, guys. It's Venezuela, yeah.
Of America. They have been so declared, legally declared. More than 25,000 warriors have served in this historic operation. It is indeed an incredible and historic operation. And we've never done anything so effectively. We've had a lot of victories. They've spent night and day enduring scorching hot and bitter cold, and they've given up their holidays and their weekends,
the downside.
working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection. Our armed forces have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols along the border, and today we give these great warriors the recognition that they have earned, and they have really earned it. The military component of our border security efforts is just the beginning. We're also designating the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a big deal from a legal standpoint and military standpoint. We've ended catch and release, and we endured and ensured.
So he did say they're going to hit drug traffickers on land.
Illegally is intercepted, arrested, and immediately deported, or if they're really bad, they're put into prison because we don't want to ever take a chance if they come back. As a result, illegal border crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded in the history of our country. Think of that. The history of our country. You can all be very proud. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States of America. We inherited the worst border in the history of our country, one of the worst borders, I would say, in the world. I can't imagine any border in the world being worse when they allowed 25 million people to come in. And again, many of these people are gang members and from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And some of the worst people on earth, they're allowed to come into our country. We're getting a lot of them out. We've made a big dent. And the self-deportation is something nobody talks about, but literally millions of people are self-deporting because they don't want to be captured. Once they're captured, they don't have the chance to self-deport. They never have the chance to come back into our country. We inherited that border from an incompetent administration and turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. So we took the worst border in the history of our country, and in a period of
Ticker, if
2
you took
months,
no shares, you're now up
to
$10.
the strongest border in the history of our country.
Welcome.
During this time, we've also achieved a 50% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, and China is working with us very closely and bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl that's being shipped. You know, fentanyl is very bad when you mix it with certain ingredients, but it also is
Hey
very
Jeff,
important.
can you send Bull Bear an invite? He can't get on.
Anesthesia,
What?
various
Can you
other
send Bull Bear
things.
an invite? He can't get
People
on.
understand that it's not made necessarily for bad. When it's mixed with certain things, it becomes bad, and that's what's taking place.
I
in
sent him the
Mexico.
co-host.
Thanks.
I got you.
Let's go, baby. Service now up. Let's go.
Bing bong, up $10 from entry.
Bing bong.
Guys, look at
Intensity jail
video.
because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over. She looked at one of the election scams going on, and because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela, took over sections of Colorado, and he was afraid to do anything. But he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and got involved in it, they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She caught people cheating on the election, 2020, along with a lot of other people that cheated on that election. You'll see that coming out more and more. But there's no doubt that America's adversaries are trafficking fentanyl into the United States, in part because they want to kill Americans. If this were a war, that would be one of the worst wars. I believe they killed, over the last 5 or 6 years, per year, 200 to 300,000 people. You hear about 100,000, which is a lot of people, but the number is much higher than that. That's been proven. And they've destroyed a lot of families. Because when they lose a child, or even if their child is heavily addicted, you lose that family. The family will never be the same. That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon. Mass destruction. But before I sign the fentanyl order, we will pin these great service members with their medals And here today are the first 13 warriors who will receive the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. First, I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth and Chairman Kane to say a few words. I'd like to have Tom Homan come up, please, if you would, say a few words. And I want to thank all of the people, Pam and everybody, Stephen Miller, great Stephen Miller, what a job he's doing, for being here. Thank you both. Appreciate it very much. We have so many great people here. But I do want to ask Tom to say a few words also. So, Pete, why don't you start it off, please?
Thank you. Mr. President, thank you. I would echo what you said. This has been a team effort from the beginning. Tom Homan, Terry Cole, Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi, Christy Nome, Customs and Border Patrol, Protection. It has been one team, one mission to get 100% operational control of the southern border. You want to talk about America first, peace through strength and common sense? It all manifests in one basic phrase down there. Border security is national security. And we had the task of 100% control. And because of these men and women back here, we've achieved that. Nobody is crossing the southern border. And I want to give a big shout out to our Northern Command, General Guillot. From day one, our department didn't look at the border this way before you. Joe Biden allowed an invasion of this country. Tens of millions of people, drugs, gangs, violence, and the military jumped to it on day one with our partners. Ultimately, it was incredible Americans. There's 13 up here with us today.
Doesn't look good, man.
2,000 people.
They want 6,800 guys.
So 25,000 Americans qualify for this Mexican National Defense Border Medal that we're announcing today. And what's cool about this medal,
fighting.
It was actually first given out in 1918. So we're reviving an old medal that existed, was given to men and women who defended the southern border.
Well, not load day, excuse me.
We used the exact same
Netflix
foundry,
is going lower.
with the exact same imagery, same color, same medal, same everything. So our men and women will be wearing that very same medal as Americans 100 years before who were asked to defend the sovereignty of our country. President Trump was elected to do that. You have done that, Mr. President. We're proud of this mission. We're proud to defend the American people. And pinning these medals on is an example of how important it is to us. So thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, I want to echo your
down.
thanks
Ugly.
and gratitude for the joint force. I also want to highlight General
Absolutely
Guillot,
ugly
General
camera.
Nauman, and Command Sergeant Major Johnson, but also leaders at every level that came together, not just in our joint force, but in the interagency. And I want to specifically highlight our Border Patrol teammates and our Office of Air and Marine teammates, who, when I went down to the southern border and visited, were right there next to the joint force. I also want to thank not just these 13 individuals, but the joint force that was also down there, and your families who poured in to make this deployment possible on the southern border. And of course, this time of the year, I'm always thinking about our currently deployed forces who are out there around the world doing our nation's business. And of course, our fallen and their families who show us what courage and tenacity really are as they move forward after the loss of a service member. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Please.
You know, it's always an honor for me to be in the Oval Office with the greatest president of my lifetime. Yes, I said it, and I meant it. You know, I just got home last night. I toured the border in California, Arizona, and Texas. I did it in a four-wheel drive. I did it on the river. I did it from the air. Hundreds upon hundreds of miles of border. I didn't see one illegal alien. Not a single one. I've done this since 1984. I worked for 6 different presidents. No one has done more than President Trump. What he has done is give us the most secure border in the history of this nation. Hard to stop. I went to hundreds of miles of border, didn't see one illegal alien. Incredible, considering the Biden administration, we had 10, 12,000 a day, most released in the United States. I'm proud to be with these patriots behind me. I'm already proud to be in the Oval Office of the President, but being with these heroes, I met changer. I want to make something perfectly clear, because we get attacked all the time being inhumane, The Biden administration is much more humane. It's a bunch of crap. Because there's been studies done that 31% of women that make that journey through the cartels get sexually assaulted. They get raped. And not just the women, children too. I've done numerous investigations in that. Sex trafficking was at historic highs with that open border. Fentanyl, historic highs that killed 250,000 Americans. No inspector terrorists that came across the border. Record, historic. What happened under the Biden administration was the most inhumane thing I've seen in my lifetime. Now that the border is 96% decline, 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this country every day? How many known suspected terrorists aren't just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact. I'm just proud to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day. Steve Miller is one of the most brilliant people I've met in my entire life. President Trump brought together one hell of a team here, and the success proves we all working together, one team, one fight. We're not done yet. We're going to keep going, and I guarantee you we're going to continue saving thousands and thousands of lives. Secure border means strong national security. Secure border saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's do the medals, and I'll be signing this. Maybe you'll do the medals first, and then I'll sign it, okay? Please. Nice medal. It's not bad.
Yo, guys, Costco, ticker COST. I've been trying to come on stage and tell you guys Costco bounced from 851 to 860. That's almost a $10 bounce. Pay attention to Costco here because if the Supreme Court reverses these tariff stuff, this could run pretty hard to 900. So I'd pay attention to Costco here.
Great job. Great job, fellas.
Do you think that's a good probability?
Yeah, I would watch it, bro, because it's beating up bad. This
Yeah.
1 hour candle on the 1 hour, that's how bullish engulfing candle on the 1 hour. And I noticed that there's been a lot of buying for the past hour on this. So I would use the 851 as my stop if you're
No
playing
auto
calls.
None.
Look out to leaps.
We don't like auto pens, right? We don't like auto pens. How about gathering around me and we'll hold this up. Congratulations. That's an amazing job. Come on around. Come on around. Let's take a good picture.
And oddly enough, a joker said that the floor was 852 and change.
Fantastic job. You guys, fantastic job. Thank you
There
very
you go
much.
on
Great
Costco.
job. Thank you, Mr. President. Great job. What you've done is unprecedented.
Man, they pounded the rocket companies.
How about holding that up? You guys hold it up.
Hey, ticker BULL. Keep an eye out on the potential reversal bounce off of that trend line I posted in the nest. We also have a golden pocket ratio as well there. So we have two confluences for a potential reverse on Webull at 854, 845, guys. So it's been a historic bounce on that trend line.
I'll give you another medal, though. That may be more beautiful. I'm not sure it means as much.
Jeff, don't think we need that. Do we?
Okay. This is gunmetal. This is the one the military loves.
Puts on AMD.
Okay. Thank you. Here you go.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me
Pretty
see.
nice. Let me see how that looks. I don't know. That looks pretty good.
You know what? Next time I'm not gonna use a play. Fuck that shit, bro.
He's still not answered. Lisa, bro.
AVGO's probably gonna go to the toilet, guys. Just the FYI.
You can do tighter around your neck. Get a nice ribbon. I think you'll like it. It's special. We don't give it to many people.
Come on, let's push up end of day here. Let's get to 6830.
Come on over here. Come there. Oh, this guy. The man made it happen. That's four
Fucking
sides
10
up there.
points.
That means a lot up there. Hey, General, come on
20
over here.
minutes, we can do it.
One. I gave him one.
Push it up
General
fast, though.
right here.
Push it up
General
fast.
raising case.
Push it up fast.
Great General. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor. This is a fantastic moment.
Go ahead, Paul.
You guys see that stick on MSOS?
Damn.
Go ahead, talk about it. Nobody saw it. I
Now
don't
we
know.
have the opposite.
I don't play it.
No, we were just expecting an executive order to be signed for marijuana rescheduling, and I don't think anything's necessarily came out, but
It's suspended
that thing.
now.
It's suspended. I told you guys to get the MSOX shares last week. I said MSOX. But I posted a write up in the nest for you guys for AMD. Most basically for AJ really, but if you guys want to take a look at that, you can.
I'm dead, bro. Man, you tried getting the 6815 filled at $1.10.
A lot of people are asking, when are you bringing that lawsuit?
Lotto, bro.
Even the media can't believe that one. They actually put terrible words in my mouth having to do with
Ray
January
traced
6th
all the way
that I
back
didn't
there.
say. And
Not
the
good for me.
beautiful words that I said, right? The beautiful words.
God damn these
Talking
fuckers.
about patriotism and all of the good things that I said, they didn't say that, but they put terrible words. They actually have me speaking with words that I never said, and they got caught because I believe somebody at BBC said, this is so bad, it has to be reported. That's called fake news. So we'll be filing that suit probably this afternoon or tomorrow morning. I want to thank all of you for being here. If you have any questions, I guess you could ask, but this is really a day of celebration for these people. The job they've done is really unprecedented. So go ahead.
On Brown University, Mr. President, do you know what the motive of the shooter was? Is it
No, we don't. No, it's that's moving along now, and we don't. And we're going to see what happens. Hopefully, they're going to capture this animal. Hopefully, they're going to capture it.
Has Kash Patel told you why it's been so difficult for the FBI to identify who the shooter is?
Well, it's always difficult. So far, we've done a very good
You know
job.
What's crazy is MSOS is suspended and MSOX is still
They've done
still
it
trading.
in pretty much record time.
That's weird.
But you really have to ask the school a little bit more about that because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything. But you'd have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact.
Oh shit, guys!
And,
look at
the
MSOX.
FBI will do a good job, but
MSOX.
they came in after the fact.
Do you know if it was targeted, Mr. President?
This
No,
shit
they
went
don't
from
know.
$6 to $10.
The issue of drugs.
Almost $9.
You are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana under the control.
We are considering that, yeah.
There's your marijuana question.
Because a lot of people want to see it.
There's
the
your marijuana
reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that
But this
can't
don't
be
make no
done
sense.
unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
Mr. President?
Mr. President,
Okay.
is it true that the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister,
Yes.
are the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister for the hit on the Hamas general true? And is Israel undermining your efforts to be a peacemaker?
No, Israel and I have gotten along very well. My relationship with Bibi Netanyahu has been obviously a very good one. Look, we took out Iran. We wiped out, with that plane right there, we wiped out the B-2 bomber. We wiped out the Iran nuclear threat. And because of that, we were able to make peace in the Middle East. No, we've had a very good relationship with Israel. We actually have a very good relationship with just about everybody in the Middle East.
6,800, man. This thing's looking ugly.
The strike on the Hamas general?
We're going to have to, we're looking into that.
Mr. President, on the Syria ambush of U.S. forces, do you still have confidence in the Syrian president?
I do. I mean, this had nothing to do with him. This is a part of Syria that they really don't have much control over. And it was a surprise. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And no, this had nothing to do with the Syrian government. This had to do with ISIS.
What will the U.S. response be?
As a response, they'll be hit hard, yeah.
Javier Negre, Real America's Voice en Español. First of all, thanks for honoring the
Thank you.
heroes. The communists have lost Chile. The pro-Trump candidate, José Antonio Caz, won the elections. Do you think this right-wing wave in the Spanish world is due to your influence?
Well, we just had a good one in Honduras, as you know. Had a great election there. I endorsed somebody that was not leading, and he won the election. And we had a good one just a couple of hours ago. I found out in Chile, the person I endorsed, who was not leading, ended up winning quite easily. So I look forward to paying my respects to him. I hear he's a very good person.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. This year you fired Democrats from a number of federal agencies, and now going into 2026, there are some key regulators like the SEC, the CFTC that are going to have zero Democrats. Do you plan to appoint Democrats to fill those empty spots, or do
Hey
you
guys, ticker
agencies
MFOS.
shouldn't have Democrat commissioners?
Well, do you think they would be
unsuspended and they sold it.
Republicans if we're up to
I don't know,
that?
$5.
You know, we'll look at it. Look, we want to be fair, but typically they're not appointing Republicans. So you're asking me the question whether or not I'd appoint
Things
Democrats.
all over the place.
But there are certain areas that we do look at, and there are certain areas that we do share power. And I'm open to that. Please.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
God, what an idiot
I wasn't
post.
a fan of his at all.
It's a fucking idiotic post.
Person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he
not about you, dumbass.
In fact, it's the exact opposite. That I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. You know, it was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. So he became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country. Yeah.
Blue slips, Mr. President. Leader Thune doesn't seem like he wants to get rid of blue slips. Will there be consequences for the Senate?
Well, I think they should get rid of blue slips because as a Republican president, I am unable to put anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys or having to do with judges. In other words, if you have one, not two, you don't need two, just one. If you have one Democrat senator, where we have a lot of them, you have one Democrat senator in a state, it is not possible to appoint because of blue slips a judge. It's not possible to appoint a U.S. attorney. You see that happening. And I think it's a disgrace. I think blue slips are a disgrace. They've long since, they should not be relevant anymore. This is a different world than it was 15, 20 years ago. You know, that was a gentleman and gentlewoman world. This is a little bit different, unfortunately. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what do you want to see Congress do this week as it relates to healthcare and the expiring ACA?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd like to see the people get the money. I'd like to see all of the money that's going to the Democrat insurance companies. You know, the insurance companies are making a fortune. They're up 1,700% and more. And they're taking in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars. And Obamacare gives you terrible health care. Just so you understand, Obamacare was set up, and I said it right from the beginning, for the benefit of the health insurance companies, of the insurance
Look at
companies.
this move up.
They're making
Come on, motherfucker.
billions and billions of dollars.
68.24. We go higher. Come on.
I don't want to give anything. I want all money.
Let's bring it back up.
Going to the
all the way up.
people, and let the people buy their own health care. It'll be unbelievable. They'll do a great job. They'll get much better health care at a much lower cost.
Sir, would you like Republicans next year to just use reconciliation to do with healthcare exactly what you laid out, and they wouldn't have to worry about Democratic votes?
Well, that or knock out the filibuster. If you knocked out the filibuster, it would all go away. But we have a few people that wouldn't do that. It's crazy. Look, we should knock out the filibuster. And if you did that, we'd get voter ID. You'd have no mail-in voting. All things that make our elections dishonest, and you'd get a lot of other things having not even to do with voting. But Republicans should knock out the filibuster, and we should approve a lot of things. You wouldn't have January 30th looming because you have the 30th of January looming. You know that, right? And if we knocked out the filibuster, it'd be just a simple approval. But you have some Republicans that they're unable to explain why. If you ask them why, they're unable to explain. They cannot win the debate. But they should knock out the filibuster, and frankly, they should get rid of the blue slips too. Yeah.
Mr. President, the Democrats won Miami, where you won the election 1 year ago. Do you think it's because of Hispanic media like Telemundo that are publishing fake news about the ICE operations? How do you plan to win back those votes for midterms?
Yeah, well, I won that whole election, and it's interesting. When I'm not running, we don't do as well, and I'm going to try and get that changed for the midterms. We did have a big win in Tennessee.
Push it.
Matt Van Epps had a big win in Tennessee against a very strong candidate, attractive candidate.
24.
Who a lot of people thought
push
was
this
very
bitch.
Solid. Matt won by a lot, and I won Tennessee by a real lot. We had a great election. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything, and there's a thing that they have now, districts, which is a big deal. I think in a way it's the most important stat from the standpoint of, looking at numbers accurately. So out of thousands of districts, I won 2,750 versus 525. Think of that, 2,750 versus 525. It was great. That's why the map, when you see a map of the election, it's all red other than lines on the other side, please.
Sir, Jimmy Lai was convicted today in Hong Kong. Do you have any reactions?
I feel so badly. I spoke to President Xi about it, and I asked to consider his release. He's not well. He's an older man, and he's not well. So I did put that request out. We'll see what happens. Okay? Yeah, please, Kate.
Question about Ukraine. Now that the meetings in Berlin have wrapped up with Zelensky,
Right.
is there a time?
Fuck, I thought we had that move, guys.
Well, I think that the delegation is largely there right now. Actually, they're in Europe, and they met with those people that I called out before, the various countries, plus some others. They want to see it end, Katie. They want to see it end. I want to see it end. They want to see it end. I actually think that President Putin wants to see it end. I've had good talks. We've had good talks with Russia, and I think they'd like to get back to a more normal way of life.
Just a follow up there. An Article 5 deal seems to be emerging without NATO membership for Ukraine. If such a security guarantee is offered, what incentive is there for Ukraine to give up any sort of territory?
Well, look, you have, they've already lost the territory, to be honest. I mean, the territory is lost. But in terms of security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Europe would be a big part of that. And we're working on the security guarantee so the war doesn't start up again. We don't want to have a war start up again. As I said, with Thailand and Cambodia, two bomber right there on the desk. If we didn't, of which we just ordered a lot more of the newer version. Totally stealth. They could not see it. They knew it was coming. They had no idea where it was. It was pretty amazing, actually. Every bomb hit its mark perfectly, despite CNN trying to say differently. They didn't know. They just, hoped. They hoped that we didn't, but it turned out that they did. Atomic Energy Commission confirmed it. So did Iran confirm it.
Alright, so far the SPX is looking pretty bearish down here, closing potentially below Friday's closing low. That's never a good sign. Does set us up for maybe a bit of a continuation tomorrow. Again, Thursday's your big data day, a little bit of data for the housing market tomorrow. But Thursday's your big day. So, nevertheless, I mean the QQQ has basically violated some key support levels, and it's very close to that gap fill. You almost fill it today, which is why I think that there might be a little bit more downside to come. But we netted a couple nice little scalps, a couple in our SPX trading group, a couple here on the live stream. And we'll see what happens tomorrow, guys. We will see what we have in store for tomorrow. I'm hoping natural gas can get a nice... That has just been ridiculous. I mean, going from a 52-week high of 536 to now 382, and there's been no bounce. Crazy. Just crazy. The Widowmaker strikes again. Yeah, they could dump. They could dump it for sure. They could very well dump it. Alright, guys. That pretty much sums up that. Again, thank you all for tuning in. And, we'll see you all tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see all of you tomorrow. So that is a bearish candle close on the SPX. Very bearish down here. Okay. Nevertheless, thank you guys. We'll see you later. Take it easy. Hopefully you all made some money. Cheers, everybody.